there would be grave, grave consequences. Rather than follow blindly down a path given to him, Desmond chose to uproot his life once more in order to forge his own destiny, as he had done all his life. Ashima Peregrine, the dedicated and aloof monk of the Tongwu Path religion, came to the party from a faraway nation, the nation of Loshar. He arrived in Summer's Rest with his curiously silent master to practice empathy for the world through exploration and the teachings of harmony to all creatures. Although Ashima's short stature and halfling carefree demeanor portray him as naive in the eyes of some, he is quietly believed to be the 11th reincarnation of the great teacher and founder of the Tongwu Path by the ranks of his monastic order. The student robes that he wears represents what he still has to relearn in this life before becoming a teacher to his people again. While his meditation upon the cyclical nature of ki and shadowboxing have always persisted in his life, his path has taken a fork in the recent days. After getting arrested in a mistaken situation while trying to help his friend Bianca, Ashima has been thrust into a group of misfits and young minds. Although trapped in a group, Ashima is always and will always embrace the ebb and flow of fate, and sees this as an opportunity to console the members of his party with guidance and faith. Powasa Inoa, or Po for short, is a water genasi who grew up in the comforts of Water's Wake. Po's father raised his son with tales of Inoa warriors in the way of the Inoa Forge. Unlike other forges, Po and his father's forge was half submerged underwater. The quick currents of the water and Po's father's magical hammer allowed them to sharpen, shape, and craft beautiful weapons and armor, unlike any other in Bella Clara. Po has not seen or experienced much beyond the forge in Water's Wake, which is very strange for a 17-year-old in Noah. He was raised knowing how to craft the perfect blades, not swing them. He was raised on fulfilling other adventurers' armor and weapons and needs, not equipping himself for his own adventures. Po was called to adventure after he unraveled a secret contract his sick father kept hidden from him. Po fled town in order to fulfill it and help his father and their forge, taking with him only his father's magical hammer and the journal. Though Po finds himself unprepared for this adventure, unworthy of the Inoa name and surrounded by hopeless companions, he's finding that his mission might actually lead him down a glorious adventure. And with every day that passes, he is called more and more to become the Inoa warrior he was destined to be. Bianca Dusong is a purple tiefling who became a blood hunter through nefarious means. She's always had a natural curiosity for the wide, sprawling world she's read so much about. Ever since she was little, she knew her differences from other kids held meaning. Her parents gave her answers, but they were very persistent about protecting her and giving her as normal of a life as possible. She had that normalcy for a while. Her studies in alchemy and her innate gift for botany led her to having a fairly successful business. Knowing this, her parents were soothed and their wishes for their daughter had come true. However, Bianca's curiosity never left her. There's still so many unanswered questions about her family's past which affected her own DNA. This fascination with her genetics and the power that it may hold led her to seek out the old ways of the blood hunters. This new gift is where Bianca feels she'll truly start living. Her call to adventure, discovering her past, and hunting her mark has finally begun. Cecily has spent her entire life either in foster care or fending for herself on the streets. Seemingly nothing has worked out in her favor in her short 15 years of life. But one day, during an emotional breaking point, Cecily suddenly and unknowingly unlocked magical powers within herself. She caused quite a mess, and now, confronted with all sorts of questions about her abilities and purpose, she finds herself on the streets once again, running from what she's done. Her sorcerer powers continue to grow, much to her surprise, but she still has no idea where they came from or how to own them. Ironically, though, she's been pretty lucky lately. She's avoided trouble for the most part, and has actually started to feel okay. It's almost as if the luck she never got as a kid is finally coming back around. if only she was in control of it. Desmond O'Malley is a peculiar dragonborn, to say the least. In a world where the destinies of all dragonborn are decided by the beacons of good and evil, Bahamut and Tiamat respectively, Desmond's short path has been an unusual one that is filled with chaos, uncertainty, and maybe a bit too much competition for his own good. After being forced to travel from town to town in order to make his living as a thief on the streets, Desmond found what he believed to be his home in the fighting pits of Water's Wake, the same fighting pits where he became known as the Bronze Shiv. While living as a fighter, Desmond was given the opportunity in which he was told that he should throw a match in the ring. He would be gifted information that may help him find his destiny and what it was truly meant to be. But if he didn't, there would be grave, grave consequences. Rather than follow blindly down a path given to him, Desmond chose to uproot his life once more in order to forge his own destiny, as he had done all his life. Ashima Peregrine, the dedicated and aloof monk of the Tongwu Path religion, came to the party from a faraway nation, the nation of Loshar. He arrived in Summer's Rest with his curiously silent master to practice empathy for the world through exploration and the teachings of harmony to all creatures. Although Ashima's short stature and halfling carefree demeanor portray him as naive in the eyes of some, he is quietly believed to be the 11th reincarnation of the great teacher and founder of the Tongwu Path by the ranks of his monastic order. The student robes that he wears represents what he still has to relearn in this life before becoming a teacher to his people again. While his meditation upon the cyclical nature of ki and shadowboxing have always persisted in his life, his path has taken a fork in the recent days. After getting arrested in a mistaken situation while trying to help his friend Bianca, Ashima has been thrust into a group of misfits and young minds. Although trapped in a group, Ashima is always and will always embrace the ebb and flow of fate, and sees this as an opportunity to console the members of his party with guidance and faith. Powassa Inoa, or Po for short, is a water genasi who grew up in the comforts of Water's Wake. Po's father raised his son with tales of Inoa warriors in the way of the Inoa Forge. Unlike other forges, Po and his father's forge was half submerged underwater. The quick currents of the water and Po's father's magical hammer allowed them to sharpen, shape, and craft beautiful weapons and armor, unlike any other in Bella Clara. Po has not seen or experienced much beyond the forge in Water's Wake, which is very strange for a 17-year-old in Noah. He was raised knowing how to craft the perfect blades, not swing them. He was raised on fulfilling other adventurers' armor and weapons and needs, not equipping himself for his own adventures. Po was called to adventure after he unraveled a secret contract his sick father kept hidden from him. Po fled town in order to fulfill it and help his father and their forge, taking with him only his father's magical hammer and the journal. Though Po finds himself unprepared for this adventure, unworthy of the Inoa name and surrounded by hopeless companions, he's finding that his mission might actually lead him down a glorious adventure. And with every day that passes, he is called more and more to become the Inoa warrior he was destined to be. Bianca Dusong is a purple tiefling who became a blood hunter through nefarious means. She's always had a natural curiosity for the wide, sprawling world she's read so much about. Ever since she was little, she knew her differences from other kids held meaning. Her parents gave her answers, but they were very persistent about protecting her and giving her as normal of a life as possible. She had that normalcy for a while. Her studies in alchemy and her innate gift for botany led her to having a fairly successful business. Knowing this, her parents were soothed and their wishes for their daughter had come true. However, Bianca's curiosity never left her. There's still so many unanswered questions about her family's past which affected her own DNA. This fascination with her genetics and the power that it may hold led her to seek out the old ways of the blood hunters. This new gift is where Bianca feels she'll truly start living. Her call to adventure, discovering her past, and hunting her mark has finally begun. Cecily has spent her entire life either in foster care or fending for herself on the streets. Seemingly nothing has worked out in her favor in her short 15 years of life. But one day, during an emotional breaking point, Cecily suddenly and unknowingly unlocked magical powers within herself. She caused quite a mess, and now, confronted with all sorts of questions about her abilities and purpose, she finds herself on the streets once again, running from what she's done. Her sorcerer powers continue to grow, much to her surprise, but she still has no idea where they came from or how to own them. Ironically, though, she's been pretty lucky lately. She's avoided trouble for the most part, and has actually started to feel okay. It's almost as if the luck she never got as a kid is finally coming back around. If only she was in control of it. Desmond O'Malley is a peculiar Dragonborn, to say the least. In a world where the destinies of all Dragonborn are decided by the beacons of good and evil, Bahamut and Tiamat respectively, Desmond's short path has been an unusual one that is filled with chaos, uncertainty, and maybe a bit too much competition for his own good. After being forced to travel from town to town in order to make his living as a thief on the streets, Desmond found what he believed to be his home in the fighting pits of Water's Wake, the same fighting pits where he became known as the Bronze Shiv. While living as a fighter, Desmond was given the opportunity in which he was told that he should throw a match in the ring. He would be gifted information that may help him find his destiny and what it was truly meant to be. But if he didn't, there would be grave, grave consequences. Rather than follow blindly down a path given to him, Desmond chose to uproot his life once more in order to forge his own destiny, as he had done all his life. Ashima Peregrine, the dedicated and aloof monk of the Tongwu Path religion, came to the party from a faraway nation, the nation of Loshar. He arrived in Summer's Rest with his curiously silent master to practice empathy for the world through exploration and the teachings of harmony to all creatures. Although Ashima's short stature and halfling carefree demeanor portray him as naive in the eyes of some, he is quietly believed to be the 11th reincarnation of the great teacher and founder of the Tongwu Path by the ranks of his monastic order. The student robes that he wears represents what he still has to relearn in this life before becoming a teacher to his people again. While his meditation upon the cyclical nature of ki and shadowboxing have always persisted in his life, his path has taken a fork in the recent days. After getting arrested in a mistaken situation while trying to help his friend Bianca, Ashima has been thrust into a group of misfits and young minds. Although trapped in a group, Ashima is always and will always embrace the ebb and flow of fate, and sees this as an opportunity to console the members of his party with guidance and faith. Powasa Inoa, or Po for short, is a water genasi who grew up in the comforts of Water's Wake. Po's father raised his son with tales of Inoa warriors in the way of the Inoa Forge. Unlike other forges, Po and his father's forge was half submerged underwater. The quick currents of the water and Po's father's magical hammer allowed them to sharpen, shape, and craft beautiful weapons and armor, unlike any other in Bella Clara. Po has not seen or experienced much beyond the forge in Water's Wake, which is very strange for a 17-year-old in Noah. He was raised knowing how to craft the perfect blades, not swing them. He was raised on fulfilling other adventurers' armor and weapons and needs, not equipping himself for his own adventures. Po was called to adventure after he unraveled a secret contract his sick father kept hidden from him. Po fled town in order to fulfill it and help his father and their forge, taking with him only his father's magical hammer and the journal. Though Po finds himself unprepared for this adventure, unworthy of the Inoa name and surrounded by hopeless companions, he's finding that his mission might actually lead him down a glorious adventure. And with every day that passes, he is called more and more to become the Inoa warrior he was destined to be. Bianca Dusong is a purple tiefling who became a blood hunter through nefarious means. She's always had a natural curiosity for the wide, sprawling world she's read so much about. Ever since she was little, she knew her differences from other kids held meaning. Her parents gave her answers, but they were very persistent about protecting her and giving her as normal of a life as possible. She had that normalcy for a while. Her studies in alchemy and her innate gift for botany led her to having a fairly successful business. Knowing this, her parents were soothed and their wishes for their daughter had come true. However, Bianca's curiosity never left her. There's still so many unanswered questions about her family's past which affected her own DNA. This fascination with her genetics and the power that it may hold led her to seek out the old ways of the blood hunters. This new gift is where Bianca feels she'll truly start living. Her call to adventure, discovering her past, and hunting her mark has finally begun. Cecily has spent her entire life either in foster care or fending for herself on the streets. Seemingly nothing has worked out in her favor in her short 15 years of life. But one day, during an emotional breaking point, Cecily suddenly and unknowingly unlocked magical powers within herself. She caused quite a mess, and now, confronted with all sorts of questions about her abilities and purpose, she finds herself on the streets once again, running from what she's done. Her sorcerer powers continue to grow, much to her surprise, but she still has no idea where they came from or how to own them. Ironically, though, she's been pretty lucky lately. She's avoided trouble for the most part, and has actually started to feel okay. It's almost as if the luck she never got as a kid is finally coming back around. If only she was in control of it. Desmond O'Malley is a peculiar dragonborn, to say the least. In a world where the destinies of all dragonborn are decided by the beacons of good and evil, Bahamut and Tiamat respectively, Desmond's short path has been an unusual one that is filled with chaos, uncertainty, and maybe a bit too much competition for his own good. After being forced to travel from town to town in order to make his living as a thief on the streets, Desmond found what he believed to be his home in the fighting pits of Water's Wake, the same fighting pits where he became known as the Bronze Shiv. While living as a fighter, Desmond was given the opportunity in which he was told that he should throw a match in the ring. He would be gifted information that may help him find his destiny and what it was truly meant to be. But if he didn't, there would be grave, grave consequences. Rather than follow blindly down a path given to him, Desmond chose to uproot his life once more in order to forge his own destiny, as he had done all his life. Ashima Peregrine, the dedicated and aloof monk of the Tongwu Path religion, came to the party from a faraway nation, the nation of Loshar. He arrived in Summer's Rest with his curiously silent master to practice empathy for the world through exploration and the teachings of harmony to all creatures. Although Ashima's short stature and halfling carefree demeanor portray him as naive in the eyes of some, he is quietly believed to be the 11th reincarnation of the great teacher and founder of the Tongwu Path by the ranks of his monastic order. The student robes that he wears represents what he still has to relearn in this life before becoming a teacher to his people again. While his meditation upon the cyclical nature of ki and shadowboxing have always persisted in his life, his path has taken a fork in the recent days. After getting arrested in a mistaken situation while trying to help his friend Bianca, Ashima has been thrust into a group of misfits and young minds. Although trapped in a group, Ashima is always and will always embrace the ebb and flow of fate, and sees this as an opportunity to console the members of his party with guidance and faith. Powasa Inoa, or Po for short, is a water genasi who grew up in the comforts of Water's Wake. Po's father raised his son with tales of Inoa warriors in the way of the Inoa Forge. Unlike other forges, Po and his father's forge was half submerged underwater. The quick currents of the water and Po's father's magical hammer allowed them to sharpen, shape, and craft beautiful weapons and armor, unlike any other in Bella Clara. Poe has not seen or experienced much beyond the forge in Water's Wake, which is very strange for a 17-year-old in Noah. He was raised knowing how to craft the perfect blades, not swing them. He was raised on fulfilling other adventurers' armor and weapons and needs, not equipping himself for his own adventures. Poe was called to adventure after he unraveled a secret contract his sick father kept hidden from him. Poe fled town in order to fulfill it and help his father and their forge, taking with him only his father's magical hammer and the journal. Though Poe finds himself unprepared for this adventure, unworthy of the Anoa name and surrounded by hopeless companions, he's finding that his mission might actually lead him down a glorious adventure. And with every day that passes, he is called more and more to become the Anoa warrior he was destined to be. Bianca Dusong is a purple tiefling who became a blood hunter through nefarious means. She's always had a natural curiosity for the wide, sprawling world she's read so much about. Ever since she was little, she knew her differences from other kids held meaning. Her parents gave her answers, but they were very persistent about protecting her and giving her as normal of a life as possible. She had that normalcy for a while. Her studies in alchemy and her innate gift for botany led her to having a fairly successful business. Knowing this, her parents were soothed and their wishes for their daughter had come true. However, Bianca's curiosity never left her. There's still so many unanswered questions about her family's past which affected her own DNA. This fascination with her genetics and the power that it may hold led her to seek out the old ways of the Blood Hunters. This new gift is where Bianca feels she'll truly start living. Her call to adventure, discovering her past, and hunting her mark has finally begun. Cecily has spent her entire life either in foster care or fending for herself on the streets. Seemingly nothing has worked out in her favor in her short 15 years of life. But one day, during an emotional breaking point, Cecily suddenly and unknowingly unlocked magical powers within herself. She caused quite a mess, and now, confronted with all sorts of questions about her abilities and purpose, she finds herself on the streets once again, running from what she's done. Her sorcerer powers continue to grow, much to her surprise, but she still has no idea where they came from or how to own them. Ironically, though, she's been pretty lucky lately. She's avoided trouble for the most part, and has actually started to feel okay. It's almost as if the luck she never got as a kid is finally coming back around. If only she was in control of it. Desmond O'Malley is a peculiar Dragonborn, to say the least. In a world where the destinies of all Dragonborn are decided by the beacons of good and evil, Bahamut and Tiamat respectively, Desmond's short path has been an unusual one. One that is filled with chaos, uncertainty, and maybe a bit too much competition for his own good. After being forced to travel from town to town in order to make his living as a thief on the streets, Desmond found what he believed to be his home in the fighting pits of Water's Wake, the same fighting pits where he became known as the Bronze Shiv. While living as a fighter, Desmond was given the opportunity in which he was told that he should throw a match in the ring. He would be gifted information that may help him find his destiny and what it was truly meant to be. But if he didn't, there would be grave, grave consequences. Rather than follow blindly down a path given to him, Desmond chose to uproot his life once more in order to forge his own destiny, as he had done all his life. Ashima Peregrine, the dedicated and aloof monk of the Tongwu Path religion, came to the party from a faraway nation, the nation of Loshar. He arrived in Summer's Rest with his curiously silent master to practice empathy for the world through exploration and the teachings of harmony to all creatures. Although Ashima's short stature and halfling carefree demeanor portray him as naive in the eyes of some, he is quietly believed to be the 11th reincarnation of the great teacher and founder of the Tongwu Path by the ranks of his monastic order. The student robes that he wears represents what he still has to relearn in this life before becoming a teacher to his people again. While his meditation upon the cyclical nature of ki and shadowboxing have always persisted in his life, his path has taken a fork in the recent days. After getting arrested in a mistaken situation while trying to help his friend Bianca, Ashima has been thrust into a group of misfits and young minds. Although trapped in a group, Ashima is always and will always embrace the ebb and flow of fate, and sees this as an opportunity to console the members of his party with guidance and faith. Powasa Inoa, or Po for short, is a water genasi who grew up in the comforts of water's wake. Po's father raised his son with tales of Inoa warriors in the way of the Inoa Forge. Unlike other forges, Po and his father's forge was half submerged underwater. The quick currents of the water and Po's father's magical hammer allowed them to sharpen, shape, and craft beautiful weapons and armor, unlike any other in Bella Clara. Po has not seen or experienced much beyond the forge and water's wake, which is very strange for a 17-year-old in Noah. He was raised knowing how to craft the perfect blades, not swing them. He was raised on fulfilling other adventurers' armor and weapons and needs, not equipping himself for his own adventures. Po was called to adventure after he unraveled a secret contract his sick father kept hidden from him. Po fled town in order to fulfill it and help his father and their forge, taking with him only his father's magical hammer and the journal. Though Po finds himself unprepared for this adventure, unworthy of the Inoa name, and surrounded by hopeless companions, he's finding that his mission might actually lead him down a glorious adventure. And with every day that passes, he is called more and more to become the Inoa warrior he was destined to be. Bianca Dusong is a purple tiefling who became a blood hunter through nefarious means. She's always had a natural curiosity for the wide, sprawling world she's read so much about. Ever since she was little, she knew her differences from other kids held meaning. Her parents gave her answers, but they were very persistent about protecting her and giving her as normal of a life as possible. She had that normalcy for a while. Her studies in alchemy and her innate gift for botany led her to having a fairly successful business. Knowing this, her parents were soothed and their wishes for their daughter had come true. However, Bianca's curiosity never left her. There's still so many unanswered questions about her family's past which affected her own DNA. This fascination with her genetics and the power that it may hold led her to seek out the old ways of the blood hunters. This new gift is where Bianca feels she'll truly start living. Her call to adventure, discovering her past, and hunting her mark has finally begun. Cecily has spent her entire life either in foster care or fending for herself on the streets. Seemingly nothing has worked out in her favor in her short 15 years of life. But one day, during an emotional breaking point, Cecily suddenly and unknowingly unlocked magical powers within herself. She caused quite a mess, and now, confronted with all sorts of questions about her abilities and purpose, she finds herself on the streets once again, running from what she's done. Her sorcerer powers continue to grow, much to her surprise, but she still has no idea where they came from or how to own them. Ironically, though, she's been pretty lucky lately. She's avoided trouble for the most part, and has actually started to feel okay. It's almost as if the luck she never got as a kid is finally coming back around. If only she was in control of it. Desmond O'Malley is a peculiar Dragonborn, to say the least. In a world where the destinies of all Dragonborn are decided by the beacons of good and evil, Bahamut and Tiamat respectively, Desmond's short path has been an unusual one that is filled with chaos, uncertainty, and maybe a bit too much competition for his own good. After being forced to travel from town to town in order to make his living as a thief on the streets, Desmond found what he believed to be his home in the fighting pits of Water's Wake, the same fighting pits where he became known as the Bronze Shiv. While living as a fighter, Desmond was given the opportunity in which he was told that he should throw a match in the ring. He would be gifted information that may help him find his destiny and what it was truly meant to be. But if he didn't, there would be grave grave consequences. Rather than follow blindly down a path given to him, Desmond chose to uproot his life once more in order to forge his own destiny, as he had done all his life. Ashima Peregrine, the dedicated and aloof monk of the Tongwu Path religion, came to the party from a faraway nation, the nation of Loshar. He arrived in Summer's Rest with his curiously silent master to practice empathy for the world through exploration and the teachings of harmony to all creatures. Although Ashima's short stature and halfling carefree demeanor portray him as naive in the eyes of some, he is quietly believed to be the 11th reincarnation of the great teacher and founder of the Tongwu Path by the ranks of his monastic order. The student robes that he wears represents what he still has to relearn in this life before becoming a teacher to his people again. While his meditation upon the cyclical nature of ki and shadowboxing have always persisted in his life, his path has taken a fork in the recent days. After getting arrested in a mistaken situation while trying to help his friend Bianca, Ashima has been thrust into a group of misfits and young minds. Although trapped in a group, Ashima is always and will always embrace the ebb and flow of fate, and sees this as an opportunity to console the members of his party with guidance and faith. Powasa Inoa, or Po for short, is a water genasi who grew up in the comforts of water's wake. Po's father raised his son with tales of Inoa warriors in the way of the Inoa Forge. Unlike other forges, Po and his father's forge was half submerged underwater. The quick currents of the water and Po's father's magical hammer allowed them to sharpen, shape, and craft beautiful weapons and armor, unlike any other in Bella Clara. Po has not seen or experienced much beyond the forge in Water's Wake, which is very strange for a 17-year-old in Noah. He was raised knowing how to craft the perfect blades, not swing them. He was raised on fulfilling other adventurers' armor and weapons and needs, not equipping himself for his own adventures. Po was called to adventure after he unraveled a secret contract his sick father kept hidden from him. Po fled town in order to fulfill it and help his father and their forge, taking with him only his father's magical hammer and the journal. Though Po finds himself unprepared for this adventure, unworthy of the Inoa name and surrounded by hopeless companions, he's finding that his mission might actually lead him down a glorious adventure. And with every day that passes, he is called more and more to become the Inoa warrior he was destined to be. Bianca Dusong is a purple tiefling who became a blood hunter through nefarious means. She's always had a natural curiosity for the wide, sprawling world she's read so much about. Ever since she was little, she knew her differences from other kids held meaning. Her parents gave her answers, but they were very persistent about protecting her and giving her as normal of a life as possible. She had that normalcy for a while. Her studies in alchemy and her innate gift for botany led her to having a fairly successful business. Knowing this, her parents were soothed and their wishes for their daughter had come true. However, Bianca's curiosity never left her. There's still so many unanswered questions about her family's past which affected her own DNA. This fascination with her genetics and the power that it may hold led her to seek out the old ways of the blood hunters. This new gift is where Bianca feels she'll truly start living. Her call to adventure, discovering her past, and hunting her mark has finally begun. Cecily has spent her entire life either in foster care or fending for herself on the streets. Seemingly nothing has worked out in her favor in her short 15 years of life. But one day, during an emotional breaking point, Cecily suddenly and unknowingly unlocked magical powers within herself. She caused quite a mess, and now, confronted with all sorts of questions about her abilities and purpose, she finds herself on the streets once again, running from what she's done. Her sorcerer powers continue to grow, much to her surprise, but she still has no idea where they came from or how to own them. Ironically, though, she's been pretty lucky lately. She's avoided trouble for the most part, and has actually started to feel okay. It's almost as if the luck she never got as a kid is finally coming back around. If only she was in control of it. Desmond O'Malley is a peculiar dragonborn, to say the least. In a world where the destinies of all dragonborn are decided by the beacons of good and evil, Bahamut and Tiamat respectively, Desmond's short path has been an unusual one that is filled with chaos, uncertainty, and maybe a bit too much competition for his own good. After being forced to travel from town to town in order to make his living as a thief on the streets, Desmond found what he believed to be his home in the fighting pits of Water's Wake, the same fighting pits where he became known as the Bronze Shiv. While living as a fighter, Desmond was given the opportunity in which he was told that he should throw a match in the ring. He would be gifted information that may help him find his destiny and what it was truly meant to be. But if he didn't, there would be grave, grave consequences. Rather than follow blindly down a path given to him, Desmond chose to uproot his life once more in order to forge his own destiny, as he had done all his life. Ashima Peregrine, the dedicated and aloof monk of the Tongwu Path religion, came to the party from a faraway nation, the nation of Loshar. He arrived in Summer's Rest with his curiously silent master to practice empathy for the world through exploration and the teachings of harmony to all creatures. Although Ashima's short stature and halfling carefree demeanor portray him as naive in the eyes of some, he is quietly believed to be the 11th reincarnation of the great teacher and founder of the Tongwu Path by the ranks of his monastic order. The student robes that he wears represents what he still has to relearn in this life before becoming a teacher to his people again. While his meditation upon the cyclical nature of ki and shadowboxing have always persisted in his life, his path has taken a fork in the recent days. After getting arrested in a mistaken situation while trying to help his friend Bianca, Ashima has been thrust into a group of misfits and young minds. Although trapped in a group, Ashima is always and will always embrace the ebb and flow of fate, and sees this as an opportunity to console the members of his party with guidance and faith. Powassa Inoa, or Po for short, is a water genasi who grew up in the comforts of Water's Wake. Po's father raised his son with tales of Inoa warriors in the way of the Inoa Forge. Unlike other forges, Po and his father's forge was half submerged underwater. The quick currents of the water and Po's father's magical hammer allowed them to sharpen, shape, and craft beautiful weapons and armor, unlike any other in Bella Clara. Po has not seen or experienced much beyond the forge in Water's Wake, which is very strange for a 17-year-old in Noah. He was raised knowing how to craft the perfect blades, not swing them. He was raised on fulfilling other adventurers' armor and weapons and needs, not equipping himself for his own adventures. Po was called to adventure after he unraveled a secret contract his sick father kept hidden from him. Po fled town in order to fulfill it and help his father and their forge, taking with him only his father's magical hammer and the journal. Though Po finds himself unprepared for this adventure, unworthy of the Inoa name and surrounded by hopeless companions, he's finding that his mission might actually lead him down a glorious adventure. And with every day that passes, he is called more and more to become the Inoa warrior he was destined to be. Bianca Dusong is a purple tiefling who became a blood hunter through nefarious means. She's always had a natural curiosity for the wide, sprawling world she's read so much about. Ever since she was little, she knew her differences from other kids held meaning. Her parents gave her answers, but they were very persistent about protecting her and giving her as normal of a life as possible. She had that normalcy for a while. Her studies in alchemy and her innate gift for botany led her to having a fairly successful business. Knowing this, her parents were soothed and their wishes for their daughter had come true. However, Bianca's curiosity never left her. There's still so many unanswered questions about her family's past which affected her own DNA. This fascination with her genetics and the power that it may hold led her to seek out the old ways of the blood hunters. This new gift is where Bianca feels she'll truly start living. Her call to adventure, discovering her past, and hunting her mark has finally begun. Cecily has spent her entire life either in foster care or fending for herself on the streets. Seemingly nothing has worked out in her favor in her short 15 years of life. But one day, during an emotional breaking point, Cecily suddenly and unknowingly unlocked magical powers within herself. She caused quite a mess, and now, confronted with all sorts of questions about her abilities and purpose, she finds herself on the streets once again, running from what she's done. Her sorcerer powers continue to grow, much to her surprise, but she still has no idea where they came from or how to own them. Ironically, though, she's been pretty lucky lately. She's avoided trouble for the most part, and has actually started to feel okay. It's almost as if the luck she never got as a kid is finally coming back around. If only she was in control of it. Desmond O'Malley is a peculiar Dragonborn, to say the least. In a world where the destinies of all Dragonborn are decided by the beacons of good and evil, Bahamut and Tiamat respectively, Desmond's short path has been an unusual one that is filled with chaos, uncertainty, and maybe a bit too much competition for his own good. After being forced to travel from town to town in order to make his living as a thief on the streets, Desmond found what he believed to be his home in the fighting pits of Water's Wake, the same fighting pits where he became known as the Bronze Shiv. While living as a fighter, Desmond was given the opportunity in which he was told that he should throw a match in the ring. He would be gifted information that may help him find his destiny and what it was truly meant to be. But if he didn't, there would be grave, grave consequences. Rather than follow blindly down a path given to him, Desmond chose to uproot his life once more in order to forge his own destiny, as he had done all his life. Ashima Peregrine, the dedicated and aloof monk of the Tongwu Path religion, came to the party from a faraway nation, the nation of Loshar. He arrived in Summer's Rest with his curiously silent master to practice empathy for the world through exploration and the teachings of harmony to all creatures. Although Ashima's short stature and halfling carefree demeanor portray him as naive in the eyes of some, he is quietly believed to be the 11th reincarnation of the great teacher and founder of the Tongwu Path by the ranks of his monastic order. The student robes that he wears represents what he still has to relearn in this life before becoming a teacher to his people again. While his meditation upon the cyclical nature of ki and shadowboxing have always persisted in his life, his path has taken a fork in the recent days. After getting arrested in a mistaken situation while trying to help his friend Bianca, Ashima has been thrust into a group of misfits and young minds. Although trapped in a group, Ashima is always and will always embrace the ebb and flow of fate, and sees this as an opportunity to console the members of his party with guidance and faith. Powasa Inoa, or Po for short, is a water genasi who grew up in the comforts of Water's Wake. Po's father raised his son with tales of Inoa warriors in the way of the Inoa Forge. Unlike other forges, Po and his father's forge was half submerged underwater. The quick currents of the water and Po's father's magical hammer allowed them to sharpen, shape, and craft beautiful weapons and armor, unlike any other in Bella Clara. Po has not seen or experienced much beyond the forge in Water's Wake, which is very strange for a 17-year-old in Noah. He was raised knowing how to craft the perfect blades, not swing them. He was raised on fulfilling other adventurers' armor and weapons and needs, not equipping himself for his own adventures. Po was called to adventure after he unraveled a secret contract his sick father kept hidden from him. Po fled town in order to fulfill it and help his father and their forge, taking with him only his father's magical hammer and the journal. Though Po finds himself unprepared for this adventure, unworthy of the Inoa name and surrounded by hopeless companions, he's finding that his mission might actually lead him down a glorious adventure. And with every day that passes, he is called more and more to become the Inoa warrior he was destined to be. Bianca Dusong is a purple tiefling who became a blood hunter through nefarious means. She's always had a natural curiosity for the wide, sprawling world she's read so much about. Ever since she was little, she knew her differences from other kids held meaning. Her parents gave her answers, but they were very persistent about protecting her and giving her as normal of a life as possible. She had that normalcy for a while. Her studies in alchemy and her innate gift for botany led her to having a fairly successful business. Knowing this, her parents were soothed and their wishes for their daughter had come true. However, Bianca's curiosity never left her. There's still so many unanswered questions about her family's past which affected her own DNA. This fascination with her genetics and the power that it may hold led her to seek out the old ways of the blood hunters. This new gift is where Bianca feels she'll truly start living. Her call to adventure, discovering her past, and hunting her mark has finally begun. Cecily has spent her entire life either in foster care or fending for herself on the streets. Seemingly nothing has worked out in her favor in her short 15 years of life. But one day, during an emotional breaking point, Cecily suddenly and unknowingly unlocked magical powers within herself. She caused quite a mess, and now, confronted with all sorts of questions about her abilities and purpose, she finds herself on the streets once again, running from what she's done. Her sorcerer powers continue to grow, much to her surprise, but she still has no idea where they came from or how to own them. Ironically, though, she's been pretty lucky lately. She's avoided trouble for the most part, and has actually started to feel okay. It's almost as if the luck she never got as a kid is finally coming back around. If only she was in control of it. Desmond O'Malley is a peculiar dragonborn, to say the least. In a world where the destinies of all dragonborn are decided by the beacons of good and evil, Bahamut and Tiamat respectively, Desmond's short path has been an unusual one that is filled with chaos, uncertainty, and maybe a bit too much competition for his own good. After being forced to travel from town to town in order to make his living as a thief on the streets, Desmond found what he believed to be his home in the fighting pits of Water's Wake, the same fighting pits where he became known as the Bronze Shiv. While living as a fighter, Desmond was given the opportunity in which he was told that he should throw a match in the ring. He would be gifted information that may help him find his destiny and what it was truly meant to be. But if he didn't, there would be grave, grave consequences. Rather than follow blindly down a path given to him, Desmond chose to uproot his life once more in order to forge his own destiny, as he had done all his life. Ashima Peregrine, the dedicated and aloof monk of the Tongwu Path religion, came to the party from a faraway nation, the nation of Loshar. He arrived in Summer's Rest with his curiously silent master to practice empathy for the world through exploration and the teachings of harmony to all creatures. Although Ashima's short stature and halfling carefree demeanor portray him as naive in the eyes of some, he is quietly believed to be the 11th reincarnation of the great teacher and founder of the Tongwu Path by the ranks of his monastic order. The student robes that he wears represents what he still has to relearn in this life before becoming a teacher to his people again. While his meditation upon the cyclical nature of ki and shadowboxing have always persisted in his life, his path has taken a fork in the recent days. After getting arrested in a mistaken situation while trying to help his friend Bianca, Ashima has been thrust into a group of misfits and young minds. Although trapped in a group, Ashima is always and will always embrace the ebb and flow of fate, and sees this as an opportunity to console the members of his party with guidance and faith. Powassa Inoa, or Po for short, is a water genasi who grew up in the comforts of Water's Wake. Po's father raised his son with tales of Inoa warriors in the way of the Inoa Forge. Unlike other forges, Po and his father's forge was half submerged underwater. The quick currents of the water and Po's father's magical hammer allowed them to sharpen, shape, and craft beautiful weapons and armor, unlike any other in Bella Clara. Po has not seen or experienced much beyond the forge and Water's Wake, which is very strange for a 17-year-old in Noah. He was raised knowing how to craft the perfect blades, not swing them. He was raised on fulfilling other adventurers' armor and weapons and needs, not equipping himself for his own adventures. Poe was called to adventure after he unraveled a secret contract his sick father kept hidden from him. Poe fled town in order to fulfill it and help his father and their forge, taking with him only his father's magical hammer and the journal. Though Poe finds himself unprepared for this adventure, unworthy of the Anoa name and surrounded by hopeless companions, he's finding that his mission might actually lead him down a glorious adventure. And with every day that passes, he is called more and more to become the Anoa warrior he was destined to be. Bianca Dusong is a purple tiefling who became a blood hunter through nefarious means. She's always had a natural curiosity for the wide, sprawling world she's read so much about. Ever since she was little, she knew her differences from other kids held meaning. Her parents gave her answers, but they were very persistent about protecting her and giving her as normal of a life as possible. She had that normalcy for a while. Her studies in alchemy and her innate gift for botany led her to having a fairly successful business. Knowing this, her parents were soothed and their wishes for their daughter had come true. However, Bianca's curiosity never left her. There's still so many unanswered questions about her family's past which affected her own DNA. This fascination with her genetics and the power that it may hold led her to seek out the old ways of the Blood Hunters. This new gift is where Bianca feels she'll truly start living. Her call to adventure, discovering her past, and hunting her mark has finally begun. Cecily has spent her entire life either in foster care or fending for herself on the streets. Seemingly nothing has worked out in her favor in her short 15 years of life. But one day, during an emotional breaking point, Cecily suddenly and unknowingly unlocked magical powers within herself. She caused quite a mess, and now, confronted with all sorts of questions about her abilities and purpose, she finds herself on the streets once again, running from what she's done. Her sorcerer powers continue to grow, much to her surprise, but she still has no idea where they came from or how to own them. Ironically, though, she's been pretty lucky lately. She's avoided trouble for the most part, and has actually started to feel okay. It's almost as if the luck she never got as a kid is finally coming back around. If only she was in control of it. Desmond O'Malley is a peculiar dragonborn, to say the least. In a world where the destinies of all dragonborn are decided by the beacons of good and evil, Bahamut and Tiamat, respectively. Hello and welcome to the Salamander Coast. This is session 6, brand new, on Twitch at least, not brand new in general. Before it had been live streamed on YouTube. YouTube Live, but now we're here. What you were watching before, if you've been on for that long, is the character introduction, character profile for each one of the 5 PCs that you see below my head here. Those character introductions, if you happen to miss them and you'd like to get to know the characters a little bit more past what you already see here, go ahead and you can find the link to my YouTube channel, which is in the About section of the Twitch channel. And from there you can find all 5 of the character profiles published and ready to go, ready to be watched. So, without any further delay, I think if the 5 of you are ready, we should go ahead and get started. How's that sound? Good. Alrighty. So with that, let's go ahead and crank these tunes, and let's get started. So,
just clip razors.
Last we had left off, our intrepid group of adventurers. For the first time in a long time, they awoke to a pleasant morning. But their day today would prove to be the most challenging yet. After a night's rest at the temple, the group was in higher spirits than usual. Poe seemed to be awakened from a strange dream that granted him insight into his purpose and the Anoa history. His chipper mood brought everyone else's spirits up as well. Desmond, as usual, felt inclined to test his limits by trying to balance on his tail and teach himself to read lips. Cecily went off to continue practicing control over her magic and started to feel pretty good. Well, that is until her sworn nemesis arrived. A guard. That guard claimed Cecily needed proper paperwork in order to be casting spells, and a refusal to provide this paperwork would mean being sent away to be re-educated for several years. After a brief panic attack trying to deter the guard without causing more problems, Cecily eventually submitted to the guard's will and brought him to the rest of the party. Bianca presented the mercenary paperwork, and after some negotiations, they agreed to go about their bandit hunting business under the supervision of the guard and get Cecily's magical documentation sorted out later. As it turned out, this guard was actually Captain Darrow pulling a trick. When they arrived at the bandits, he removed his helmet and winked at Cecily, for some reason thinking they were on the same side. And he began to handle this bandit situation his way. But the party quickly disapproved of his methods, especially when Ashima called for peace and Darrow continued to taunt the bandits and intimidate the one that he claimed to be his own son. Violence erupted, and Darrow slaughtered his enemies without regard, even killing one of the 3 kids on the contract. The party retaliated, and the bandits found themselves in the confusion, some choosing to flee, others choosing to surrender amongst the madness. Darrow revealed his identity to the party, and it turned out that some of them had already heard of this man. While he insisted that he was here for good reasons, trying to help the party, and he only killed and robbed those who deserved it, the party was still unconvinced. They knew of his many terrible deeds in his past, and his manipulative plan to make the party lead him into the bandits he was looking for. They parted ways, unresolved and bitter, and they were unable to find Captain Darrow again. The party was left with 2 traumatized teenagers, and the corpse of a third. With that, they began to make their way back to Summer's Rest. Now the group finds itself at a low point. As Poe wonders what they will say to the parents of the dead child when they return, and Cecily feels wrapped up in the guilt of keeping her previous meeting with Captain Darrow a secret. All of them wonder if there was any way their tragic first mission could have gone any differently. So, with that, we're going to go ahead and pick up that next morning. So all of you had made your way to the temple grounds, and you had gone off to rest. And all of you, this time around, there are no strange cryptic dreams that creep up and attack anyone or make you panicky or anxiety or filled with anxiety. Instead, you find calm, cool, collect sleep. But there is that tension the entire time, that feeling like you maybe could have done something better, done something different at least. But as those thoughts begin to creep back in, that's about the time when all of you begin to wake up. Now, real quick, I'd just like to ask, what is everybody's passive perception?
I think 11.
11?
12.
Yeah.
11, 12. What about everyone else?
10.
10? Connor, I think you're muted.
Cameron and Connor are... Yeah, they're both muted. Very good start. 13.
13?
Is it just 10 plus perception? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
9.
9. Okay. So as all of you are waking up, most of you are pretty out of it. You are definitely not anticipating anything this morning. You're hoping that the worst is behind you, and you can just wake up slowly and calmly. But Ashima, as you wake up and you start, especially waking up with the sun, right? Working on your sun salutations, your typical morning routine. As you get up before everyone else and you're just listening to the soft, tranquil noises of nature, you can hear two voices talking back and forth. You can hear rustling in bags. And as you get up and look over, you can see those two teenagers. The ones who you had just helped yesterday, Christina and Adam. You can see the two of them digging through your bags. You can see them trying to filter through weapons, taking them out, unsheathing them. You can see them pulling out different satchels of coins, copper, silver, gold, taking a few pieces out, putting it in their own pockets, and they seem to not notice you.
I'll walk over with my appropriately Ashima size tea mug. You know, generally they say stealing from a monk is not the best for your moral upbringing.
And you can see both of them, they just freeze, petrified, looking at you. And Christina, she just begins to set the stuff back down. And Adam kind of puts his hand near hers. And he says, What are you going to do about it?
Well, I'm going to inform you of what I've just informed you. That is it. If you felt guilty about it when confronted, then you might maybe not have... Well, maybe you shouldn't have been doing it at all.
I'd like you to make a wisdom check with advantage.
Okay.
Because I would say persuasion, but that was definitely... Okay. All right. Cool. So,
Glad that had advantage.
as you're saying these words, you can see that Christina already has kind of dropped everything and moved her hands away and is starting to put the things back that she was taking. And Adam lingers there for a little longer, and you can see him going down to reach for a weapon. And then he kind of tenses up and then relaxes, sort of slumping away and falling back down onto the ground. And just kind of looking in between his legs at the ground. And he says, yeah, I guess you're right.
Next time you need money or food, or weapons for that matter, just ask.
Why are you being so nice?
Why would I be rude?
Because we were trying to steal from you, and we attacked you and tried to rob you on the road? Why would anybody be nice to somebody after that?
Well, one of two reasons. One, there is something seriously wrong with them in the head. Or, alternatively, they've realized that there's more important things to be worrying about. You haven't stolen from me yet, and you haven't killed me yet. Therefore, you've really done neither option or action.
Okay. And you're sure you're not it's the first one?
No, I'm never sure. In fact, if you ask the rest of my friends, they would tell you it's the latter and not the... Well, they'd tell you it's the former.
And at about that moment, as the sort of resolution is coming around, you can see that everybody else is starting to get up. And everybody, as you're getting up, you can see that the redheaded girl and the shaggy-haired, smaller teenager, the two of them are just kind of retreating from bags that you all had in your carts. And you can see Ashima is talking to them, and eventually they sort of drop everything and slump down. And it seems like they're having a conversation in the current moment. So, as you all see that, what do you guys want to do?
I guess Poe's going to walk up. He's going to ask, so Shima, what was going on here?
Just giving them some wisdom. You know me, I never stop talking.
You involved going through our stuff?
Oh, yes.
Cool. And he's going to look at the other two, and so I see that you've had a pretty good talk with the Shima.
Better they get wisdom from me than, well, stealing or lock-picking advice from Desmond. He's
Very
much
true.
better at it, I'm afraid.
Very true.
Okay. And you can see the two of them just kind of looking up at, especially looking a little more upset at you, Poe, because they're both older than you, and you weren't paying attention during the heat of the moment because there was a lot going on, but as you are looking down at them, as they're slumped down on the ground, you can see that Christina is maybe 18 years old, and Adam looks like he's younger-ish, so maybe 17 or 18, but still, they're both older than you, and they both kind of give you this disgruntled look as you're, like, talking to them as somebody younger, and they just kind of move away from even looking at you, and they look back at Ashima and then to each other. So, are you taking us back then? Is that what you're doing?
Well, it seems like yes.
And what if we don't want to go back?
I hadn't considered that.
You don't think that we left for a reason?
Well, I also think that you tried to steal from us for a reason. You tried to attack us for a reason. Everybody does things for a reason. Perhaps that doesn't always make them good reasons. What was yours? Kind of motioning to Christina.
Well, it was really all Thomas's idea. He had heard of the mountain screamers who hide away in the evergreens out there. He heard that they were recruiting, and that if we could bring enough money to them and we had our own weapons and armor, then we could join them, and we could... I don't know, the way Thomas made it sound like was that if we joined, we would be able to be, like, free. Because our parents have always worked for this machine. They've always been mindlessly, aimlessly working, trying to get enough gold so they could get the proper permits, so they could expand their house, or they could go take a trip, or they could have time off. And Thomas said that we could get around all of that, and we could go away. Oh, I guess that's why we left, so we could be free. I mean, we wouldn't have even been accepted with the money we had if it weren't for Adam. And you can see that Adam kind of looks at Christina in a very, like, brow dropped and very angry, and is like, what do you... Well, I mean, what? It's not like we have it anymore. And you can see Adam kind of deflate. That man back there yesterday afternoon. We all stole from our parents. And my mom, she had a lot of gems and jewels that she said my dad had sent to her from when he was exploring and sailing. And so I thought that my dad had never helped me really ever, so I thought that this was how he could help me. So I stole them.
A decent reason.
And you know, the more that I think about it, I'm not mad at that man, Captain Darrow. My mom lied to me my entire life that my dad was a noble, honorable man who worked for the courts and for the bureaucracy, and he did everything he was supposed to. He filed all the right paperwork, but no. He was an outlaw. He was a pirate.
Sometimes we need to believe little lies to believe bigger lies. Things like freedom and doing what's right. If you boiled down the entire universe into a pot and then poured it into a sieve, you'd find no grain of freedom, no justice, just a pile of atoms, really. Look at me. My parents were drug-using, free-loving pilgrims. Didn't affect me any. But by believing the little lies, that there is such thing as freedom and justice, and that we can all walk our own path, I've moved my way towards that. So maybe your father was a pirate captain. Maybe he wasn't. It still seems to me, by the guilt you felt, and that he didn't felt, that your progeny is still of an honorable person, of a good man, who might not have been there to raise you the whole way. Maybe even not truly real, in the sense that he was your father. But that idea, that little lie, made you what you are today. A good person. Bad people don't put things back when they steal them. They run.
I'd like you to make this time a persuasion check. Still with advantage.
Just base persuasion.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You're right.
Anything you want to say, Poe?
So, I know you guys wanted to escape and everything, but what led you to join bandits?
And you can see Christina pipe up and she says, they were the only free people in Bella Clara. Everyone else serves one master, one way or another. But the people who live out in the wilds, sure, they listen to a chief or a leader, but they're free to do what they want. And I mean, I don't want to kill people, and I don't want to steal, but I want to be able to make my own choices. I don't want someone to tell me what to do from the day I leave my primary school to the day I die. That was the entire allure. And I don't know. At least I didn't. I don't know, Thomas was always different. He always liked getting into fights, but Adam and I just wanted choice. That's all we wanted.
Well, I guess I can't really relate. I didn't leave because I wanted freedom or to escape anything. I kind of left because I had to, because I didn't have choice. But I mean, clearly I'm younger than you guys saw it. But I guess I'm a good example of you can get freedom not by joining bandits and getting that freedom by killing people and stealing and other things. Like, you should look at me, Cecily, Desmond. We're all mercenaries now. And I guess you guys could also find freedom in doing some good things and having the choice to help people. The freedom to choose what people you help. I think that's kind of liberating. Maybe that's something you guys should think about.
Poe, I'd like you to make a persuasion check.
Roll higher than me. Just
It's
some
the
advice.
day of persuasion.
Okay. Alrighty. So you can see Adam is kind of defeated. You can tell that he tried to fake it when he was talking to Ashima, but ever since Ashima stopped talking to him and Christina's been talking, he's just been deflated flat on the ground. And you can, when you say that, Poe, and you finish your thought, you can see Christina kind of smile at you and then look to Adam. I mean, that might not be half bad. And Adam kind of looks up at her and he smiles. Yeah, but how do we even get a contract? I mean...
Well, I don't think the way that we went about doing it is the way that you should go about doing it.
How'd you all get your contract?
Well, we were in a series of tunnels, and we met a strange man, and we saw large mushrooms, and then suddenly, well, I guess before that we were in prison, and then we stumbled into a place, and we met a man named Byron, and then we went... Oh, it's a long story.
Are you sure you guys don't smoke Pitus?
I don't know. I don't know about Ashima.
No,
Okay.
not in this life.
That's right, the whole rebirth thing, yeah.
Yes.
So
No matter... Sorry.
So how do... I mean, my mom is a cobbler, and hers is a florist. Yeah. How exactly are we supposed to... I mean, don't get me wrong, I would prefer anything than having to learn how to make shoes, but how should someone like me even get that?
Well, I agree. Making shoes is a boring profession. Pointing at my exposed feet.
You can see Adam kind of laughs at that. Him and Christina both do.
But I would say if a cobbler knows their way around a knife, and a florist knows their way around a blade pretty well, but also they know what grows in the ground equally. Those are transferable skills.
I mean, before I left, I didn't even know how to swing a sword. I know how to make them. I've made them for most of my life, but I guess it's only when I actually put myself in danger in a moment where I was doing something good or right that it really just kind of flowed out. I do not recommend getting attacked by cultists or getting arrested or anything like that, but
Or getting attacked by a large group of misfits in a wagon.
yeah, definitely don't do that.
That didn't
But
work.
definitely find good company. And I mean, we saw the board. There's a lot of people that need help in Summer's Rest, and I mean that's how we came here. That's how we found our first mission to find you guys. And I mean, there's a missing turtle. There's a missing. What is it? A missing arrow? What's some of
Yes.
the other missions we saw? Yeah, I mean, there's so many tasks just in Summer's Rest in your own town. People in your own town who could really use your guys' help. I mean, I would start there.
Hold on. What's gonna happen if we bring them back, though? I mean, probably in a lot of fucking trouble, aren't they?
That's for them to decide.
Um, I just, I guess I don't want to just bring them back to the thing they ran away from. You know?
Well, they aren't Cecil. You're Cecily. Nah, no. But by Cecil, I mean, you have legs. You're not a tree. You can move. Sure, we'll return you, but after that, choosing freedom is up to you. If you'd like to be in trouble, you'd like to be scolded at, you feel sorry for your actions, then by all means. You might tell them that you were bandits and that you ran away and that you stole the gold and jewels, took your flight. You might leave. That's what freedom's about. Choosing.
No. And you see the two of them look at each other and they kind of share an idea. And they look back at Ashima and Poe. And Christina says, I think we know what we're gonna do. Obviously, we might not be able to get a mercenary contract because I hope to the gods old and new that we do not experience whatever in the 9 hells the 5 of you experienced. But we can help in other ways that don't require a mercenary contract and still have a little bit of freedom to them.
Well, great. So, so are you worried at all about us bringing you back to your parents? Is there any way else we can help you guys? Because we do have to complete this. I mean, we do have to bring you back. That's what we. It's kind of what we're sworn to do right now. But is there any way we can help you guys after that or out of that or?
Well, honestly, Christina pipes up and says, I think the biggest thing, and she kind of looks in the cart where, like, the feet are just kind of hanging out a little bit. Thomas's dad, his mom died a while ago, but Thomas's dad is the blacksmith in Summer's Rest. And I don't know really if there is anything that you all could do for him. But I don't know. I just feel terrible. I mean, he wanted such big things for his son, and Adam and I will be fine. Our parents might be mad, but that's nothing new. I just don't know if either one of us can ever look at Derek again.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I didn't need that spelling. Oh, I'm sure we'll think of something.
Okay.
We'll bring a son back, but perhaps help.
All right. Two of them share a look again, and Adam looks up to you, Ashima, and he goes, "Then I guess we're ready to go back then."
Capital.
Yeah.
All right. Where's everyone else right now? What are you guys up
Yeah,
to?
what has everyone else been doing during this moment? Just listening in?
Yeah, half listening, half reading her book, trying to mind her own business, but she's nosy.
Cecily probably was standing, listening, and doing the sad arm cross. You know here. You know this one. You know this arm cross. That one.
Yeah.
Ripped my headphones out of my ears.
You were so committed to really doing that. That's awesome.
You were so sad.
No, and not because she wants everyone to know she's sad, just because what else do you do with your arms when you feel responsible for the death of a teenager? You know? I don't know.
Desmond was trying in the morning to do Mage Hand again, but out of sight of Cecily.
Okay. Make an Arcana check for me.
Okay.
You focus so hard, and you begin to move your hand in a form that looks very magical, and you can feel the magic of the gods and of nature flowing through you, and you just cannot get it. It's just not coming. Yeah, you're just not. There's something though. You feel like you could have it, but it's not gonna happen. Anything else? Nope.
I'm gonna call that good.
Okay.
Ready to sally forth.
Alrighty. So then, is everybody packing up and headed back up to Summer's Rest then?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. We've got a turtle to save.
Yeah, yep. That's the first thing on my mind.
Okay, very cool. So, you pack everything back up in the cart. I know this probably makes everyone uncomfortable, but are you covering up the dead body? Are you putting a sign on it? What are you doing?
Don't touch
Yeah,
dead.
Cover it.
There, I think
Yes.
if it wasn't covered, Poe would at least do something respectful.
All
Yeah,
right.
I'm sure we have like a tarp or a blanket, an extra one.
Yeah, you could. You
Cram it in a barrel, that's what I say.
Anybody got? Never mind. I'm not gonna make a Breaking Bad reference.
All right.
So, you cover it up. All right, that's good enough. And you get ready to head out. Any other stops before you leave?
Did anyone want to stop at the temple again?
Any other letters to send? Nope.
I mean,
Yeah, there's nothing.
eat shitty soup for like the 3rd day in a row. We want to.
No.
Today it is just meat flavored broth. And it's really just kind of like a tinged yellow color. It's not appetizing at all.
Bone
That sounds
juice.
No, I mean if we're just buying time or whatever, or traveling or sitting around, whatever, I might read my book, normal like that. But outside of that, I have nothing like significant to do.
Okay. So another, 4 or 5 hour journey up the slope, the ridge that leads up from the temple back up to Summer's Rest. But eventually, after those 4 hours, during those 4 hours, is anybody having a chit chat with anybody else? Or are you guys just focused on the mission?
I've talked too much this session.
Connor's tapping out. He's like, all right, I'm done.
Yeah, someone else.
I did my time. Yeah. No, I mean, I think probably it should be mentioned, because you would all notice on a 8-hour cart ride that Cecily is a little more uncomfortable and quiet than usual, but I don't think she has anything to say right now. So.
Okay.
Last session.
Yeah, I talked to Shima last night. That's it. That's all you're getting for another 9 sessions.
All right.
I'm gonna show feelings every 2 months.
What's going on with everybody else? Everybody else just kind of wallowing in their silence for the time being? Yeah.
No, but I just I don't know if she'd have a conversation, but I feel like she might. I'm trying to think. Sorry, my sister was asking me questions, so my mind is in 2 places at once.
That's okay.
Bianca, you have a sister?
Oh yeah, she's
Yeah,
right
she's
here.
Sending stone.
Yeah, I mean, I know she has parents because that was mentioned on World Anvil. Maybe there's many family members.
Yeah.
What if you just keep dropping family members on World Anvil?
Maybe.
It's like we're all surprised. What? You have a grandma? She's like, yeah. What is that? It's not abnormal to have one.
Apparently, in this group, it's not normal to have family.
I think you mean
You guys
We're
are
D&D
my family.
protagonists.
Aww.
Oh, look at
No.
that. But yeah, we're D&D protagonists. Dead parents are more common than alive ones.
Well,
I
I guess if
could talk to them a
Cecily's
decade
gonna be a wallowing mope, Bianca will try and talk to her. So, maybe I don't know. Cecily, are you walking, or are you in the cart?
Well, really, right now, there can only be a
Probably
person steering. Yeah, there's one person just steering the cart.
Right. Yeah. I mean, last night I was awkwardly half sitting up there to talk to Ashima. So,
Right.
yeah, I'm just walking.
Okay.
I want to give the bandit kids space. I don't want to just hang out with them. That would feel wrong.
Right. Okay, well
Sitting
then,
in the carriage.
Bianca will notice Cecily's even sadder than before energy, and kind of make her way, either slow down to match your speed or speed up, whatever, if Cecily's trudging or anything. And then she'll just say, I think you beat your record. You seem a little more upset than usual.
Thanks. Thank you. Yep.
Why was Captain Darrow so upsetting to you? More than the rest of us.
He killed people in front of me. Isn't that enough of a reason?
Yeah, I don't think that would be the only reason, though. You were upset before that. I mean, if you don't want to talk about it, I don't want to force you, because I don't really need to know. You just look like you need to talk.
I don't know if I want to talk to anyone for a while, a day, a week, the rest of the time. I don't fucking know. Just not right now.
Okay.
Look, I mean it. I mean, there's a fucking dead body in there, okay? And a week ago, I was getting beat with a cane because I didn't wash the floor, and now I'm doing fucking this. So, sorry if I'm a little behind.
You're not behind. We're all whatever the heck we are, bringing to the table what we've already brought. There's no catching up to do.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
I mean, that's the most I've learned about you since knowing you. I mean, I know that wasn't that long, but you didn't even tell me much. That was a loaded statement.
Well, I don't think there's anything about my life you need to hear about. I don't think there's anything you'd
Right.
want to hear about either, so none of it really
Well-
matters. Just another kid no one took care of, that's all.
Well, you were wrong about two things. You're right, I don't need to hear anything. You don't have to tell me anything. But I do actually want to listen to you. Haley, I'm acting! Come on! Thanks!
That's a good
Thank you,
monologue.
Haley! I love you.
Oh, that was
I have no idea what I was saying.
that was like
She brought me food. I love you, Haley.
that was the loudest door squeak on this side of the Mississippi. I swear to God, that was so. Oh, jeez. Okay.
Okay,
Alright.
back to acting.
No, you said says Bianca said that she kind of wants to hear about Cecily's life. You said that. That was
Okay.
yeah.
Well, we'll pick up from there.
All right. Top of line 12.
You don't need to know anything about me either, but I feel like you need to know the reason why I attacked Captain Darrow, why I was the first one to do that. It's not only because he hit his son, which was just disgusting and wrong, but you were ready to attack him. and I didn't know why, but I knew your reason was good enough for me. So you don't have to talk to me. You don't have to talk to anybody. I feel like you should. You got a lot. From the little bit you just poured out of your piping hot teapot, you could release a little bit. You don't have to. And you should do it on your own time. But know that somebody has your back, okay?
Okay.
And then Bianca will just kind of nod and go about her way.
So, that being said, at about that point, as the conversation begins to trail off a little bit and the two of you diverge just a little bit, you eventually do make your way back to Summer's Rest. So, we'll go ahead and move you guys to the map there. And let me just go ahead and make sure that everything is centered on here. Dun 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 dun. Yep. All right, that looks pretty good. So we have got that. Desmond O'Malley. Damn. So you all make your way back right along that main road that leads directly to the gate to the inner city of Summer's Rest. You pass the stables to the side where you had just bought your horse, your cart, your tents. You can see that the stable hand that was there that helped you saddle everything up gives you a wave, and he says, well, I'm happy that you were able to come back. It's good to see the horses doing all right. And he just waves as all of you just kind of ride past, definitely not picking up on the vibe, not knowing that there's a dead body in the back of the cart. But stable hand, with all the southern hospitality, says hello, and then you guys just kind of awkwardly wave back as you head up and around. And now that you are back in Summer's Rest, where are...
It was great about the horse.
Yeah, all right, that's good. And he's like, all right, well, that was a good horse. And he just kind of walks back into the stable. Definitely, never mind. Okay, so...
What?
Where's everybody headed?
I think we should probably deal with the body first.
Yeah, we should go straight to the blacksmith, right?
Yeah, I think the job's not really done until we do that, you know?
And honestly, we should probably go to them first, especially because we have his two friends. They might be able to better comfort their friend's dad, I think.
Yeah. Has Poe figured out what we're gonna say? I know he wondered that aloud last session.
No.
Yeah. Well, Cecily shall be no help in that department, so.
I mean, I guess we see what happens. You know?
I mean, if a moment arises and I am able to say something incredible, you know, then I'll go for it. But this is gonna be rough.
Okay.
Does Bianca know the blacksmith?
Yeah, you know, the blacksmith, Darek Callum. That's the last name.
Buddies?
He's a commoner to, Summer's Rest, so although you might not know each other on a super, like, you're not like drinking buddies, but there's a working relationship between the two of you, where, you know, he's maybe come in and bought, you know, something for, you know, a cold or flu that he had, and anytime that you would need any type of metal fasteners for your, alchemical sets or anything like that, you would go to him, and the two of you kind of had a relationship that way, where you would charge less because you help each other out.
Okay, gotcha. Cool.
Okay. So you guys are headed to the blacksmith then?
Hmm.
I say we wing it, whatever we say to him.
Let's
That-
just.
Yeah, how do you plan to give someone their dead son?
I think it
Well,
makes it harder.
we just have to be honest. I know if something happens to me while I'm out here, I'd hope that someone would just let my father know exactly what happened.
Okay. Alrighty. So you guys
Exactly
head.
what happened? Or. Because you weren't, stealing money from your family and running away with. I mean, you're a mercenary now, but.
Well, that's why we have these two to help us explain that part. But what we know and what we saw is Captain Darrow killed his son. And I mean, I want to be able to comfort him. If my father lost me, I can only imagine. In fact, I don't really like thinking about it, but I think the truth matters most here.
That's fair.
Unless, Ishima, you have a better idea.
Oh heavens, no. No, I think it would be improper of us to be the storyteller.
I'm gonna look to the bandits and do you guys. We're going to have to make you guys tell him what happened. We only know part of the story, and we couldn't bring his son back, and that's on us, but telling him the truth, I think that's on you guys.
And Adam just kind of looks up, and you can tell that he tenses up a little bit, and he starts to get a little shaky, and he says, it was, yeah, but it was Thomas's idea, though.
Sounds like you know what to tell his father. It was his idea.
Poe, I'd like you to make a persuasion check.
More persuasion. More persuasion. Oh dang.
And he kind of, I don't think I can. I don't even know how I would begin to tell him.
Okay. I understand, but why don't you tell me, what was Thomas like, and what about him made you guys brave enough to leave? Brave enough to go out into the wilderness? What was it that, I don't know, made him your friend and made you someone to trust? Why was he one of the three of you that went off and did this adventure?
I guess Thomas was he was really brave. I mean, even in that fight, he ran at that man. Like he could end it all in that moment with one well-placed spear thrust. He was funny. He always had a joke ready for any moment. And you can see him just kind of droop down a little bit, just remembering his friend. And the girl, Christina, she pipes up and says, well, he was also, and I say this really affectionately, but he was also not the brightest, Cran. We used to joke that when he was a kid, he got kicked in the head by a horse. Because he would always, whenever he got into a fight, he would always use that first. And always headbutt people. Because he said there really wasn't anything up there to begin with, so what would it matter if he hurt it a little more?
Cecily will laugh. That's pretty good.
Well, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I know what the right thing to do is. I mean, since I've left Water's Wake, and a lot of this has been just improv. I don't know the right thing, and I'm learning, but in this situation, one of the 2 friends I left Water's Wake with, if something happened to them, if I know their parents or anything like that. No, it doesn't matter, I think. Exactly like the wrong things they did, but who they are is what matters. And his father just lost his son. And I think the truth is just simply letting him know, reminding him who his son was. And we can't say that to him. Unfortunately, we didn't have the opportunity to meet him. But you guys have known him. You guys are his friends. And as much as you may not want it to be, your guys' memory of him is all that he'll have left of his son. And do this for Thomas's dad. At least do this for Thomas.
All right, Poe, go ahead and make one more persuasion check for me. All right, guess.
Persuasion check.
Okay. Mark, could you yell at Connor real quick?
Yeah, let me go check what's going on out there.
Sorry, it's...
Oh, wow, Felicity's the dungeon master
Yeah,
now.
Oh, gosh. Funny. So... Okay. Well, from now on, he can just set it off to the side and get up and go. Because if not, it throws everything off. You deliver your words, Poe, and Christina and Adam, they kind of look at each other again, and you can tell that the 3 of them definitely had been friends for a really, really long time, and Adam and Christina, they sort of, hey, there we go, they share a language together, non-verbally, and Adam says, all right, okay, yeah, okay.
Awesome. Okay. So, where's this blacksmith?
It's in the merchant's corner. It's right across the main road from the School of the Shallot.
All right. Well, let us go then.
Okay.
And I'm gonna look to everyone else.
Okay. Alrighty. So all of you begin to ride that way, and as soon as you get within range, after moving your way through the fairgrounds, which as of right now are a little dull, it's about noon, so there are some small games happening, and you can see there are a few sparring matches going on. These people anywhere between plate and chain and leather fighting each other for the amusement of others. I mean, there's not much going on, definitely, specifically for Cecily and Ashima, or Bianca and Ashima. You know this place when it's during festivals, and this place is crazy. So right now this is tame for you. But you make your way through the fairgrounds, and eventually you can see the large, opulent building that is the School of the Shallot. And then across the road, some ways, you can see a building with a very large chimney and an exposed but covered open air forge. And you can see a man, very stocky, very built, tufts of sort of this like singed blonde hair, definitely very, very dirty blonde, holding a hammer and banging away at steel and then quenching it in oil and then pulling it out. And you can see him heading over to a grinding stone and setting down, and he begins to pedal the wheel and try and sharpen the blade as best he can, not noticing the group of you approach. And so, Bianca, you would recognize this man as Derek Callum, the blacksmith of Summer's Rest. Okay. So, you all sending the two in?
No, I think actually first, if no one else is going to step forward, Poe's going to awkwardly step forward.
Okay.
And knock on the wooden post or stone or thing and, excuse me.
And you can see him. He stops grinding and he sort of looks over to the corner and he sees you and he says, "Can I help you?"
My name is Pawasa Inua, and this is some of my friends.
I'm sorry, you
May
said
recognize.
you said Anoa?
Yeah, that's me.
So from Water's Wake, right?
Yes, from Water's Wake.
How's your dad doing? I didn't realize that you two were traveling, or else I would have made room in the shop. Maybe had some little more special prepared.
Well, he's doing well. He's actually not with me. He's still in Water's Wake.
Oh.
I'm actually here to talk to you about a mission that was posted about returning 3 children, and we believe one of them was your son Thomas.
Yeah.
You recognize these 2, and I'll point to the 2.
And you can see that sort of lighthearted grin he had after recognizing the name, definitely melting off at the mention of his son and the 2, and he sort of stares at them very coldly. Yeah, I recognize him. Where's Thomas at?
I'm going to beckon those 2 to come forward.
And they kind of shyly shuffle forward, and they...
So... yeah, go ahead.
And you can see Adam, he kind of tenses up and says, so Thomas, and he kind of is choosing to like not make eye contact almost at all, and you can see Derek is just standing at least a foot taller than Adam specifically, and a foot and a half taller than Christina, and just is staring down at them with this this face of stone. And Adam is just shyly looking down, and he looks up every once in a while, and he says, so what happened was, you see, a couple weeks ago, Thomas had asked us to leave and go with him to into the forest. There were some people there who they and you can see he keeps stuttering and stammering, and Derek, he just says, "Stop. Why don't you think real hard about what you're gonna say and then say it. Don't stutter and stammer and delay. Just tell me what I already know I'm gonna hear." we went to go rob a cart because we joined bandits. And the cart had someone who was really tough. Apparently he was a pirate captain. And Thomas did what he thought was right, and he charged at the pirate captain, and the pirate captain killed him. He's in that cart over there. Derek, I'm sorry. I just, and he sort of has been just staring like daggers into Adam and looking over at Christina, and you can see that Adam keeps trying to say something, but the words just keep stuttering and stammering out and just falling. And he just raises up a hand and he... Stop. So my son's in that cart?
He is. And I do want to clarify. It wasn't just a normal captain, it was Captain Darrow. And we were the one cart. For what it's worth, Thomas was definitely the bravest one on that battlefield. Especially with how...
Wait. I'm sorry. He was brave. A brave bandit.
Of course.
Oh, yeah. That's... Yeah, you you have to understand how much better that makes me feel. Knowing that my only son died, but he was brave when he did it. He was brave when he was robbing people on the streets. Yeah, that makes me feel so much better. Master Anoa. So, how about you do me a favor? Throw his body in the river where it belongs. He's a thief, and he's scum. So I don't even want to look at him. And you two, get out of here before I change my mind. If anyone could have stopped him from doing what he did, it would have been you two, and you chose not to. So how about you get out of my sight? Or I could call the guards and let them know that I found 2 bandits in the middle of the city. How's that sound? And you can see Adam goes to say something, and Christina puts her hand on his shoulder, and he kind of relaxes, and they turn around and they sort of walk past you, Poe, as he is just kind of staring down at the wood, and you can see that he's just grinding his teeth. And what? Have something else you'd like to say? Some other wise piece of advice you'd like to give me?
I have no advice to give.
Good! Then get out!
Alright. I'm going to turn around and just look to everyone.
Fuck! And he throws his hammer down and the sword that he was working on, and it pierces through the wood of the elevated platform that he was working on, and he just sort of yells out. And you see him scoop up his hammer and pull the blade out of the wood and go back to sharpening it, foot on the pedal. And just kind of, you can see the wheels going much faster than it was when you got there. And there's a lot more tension in him as he's holding it. And so much so where as you're walking towards the rest of the group and he finally starts to sharpen, you can hear the, and Poe, this is a sound all familiar to you, the sound of metal snapping. That, as the sword just breaks and falls off to the side as he stops pedaling, and he just sits on the stool and just stares at the ground as you make your way back to the party. So, what's everybody doing?
Bianca will silently just like start to lead everyone kind of back to her house. People can talk if they want, but she's like, let's just get to a neutral area.
If we're out of earshot of the father, like once we are,
Yeah.
I want to stop Ashima and I want to say, hey, we're not just gonna dump the kid in the river, are we?
No, I will not allow that. If Bianca will let me, and if the two closest of kin will allow me, I can perform a ritual.
Yeah, that ash thing you were talking about?
Yes.
That might make me feel a little better.
If you see any yellow flowers or firewood, grab that on the way. No red flowers.
Okay. Sure.
Who's gonna be quiet as we're traveling, but he's gonna be some of the metal that he took when he left Water's Wake. He's gonna be crafting something.
And I shall pick a handful of yellow petaled flowers if I find any.
Yeah, there's plenty in this
Have you seen-
area.
If Bianca will let me, and if
Oh, right. It's a pretty floral place. Like once we are.
Yeah.
look at that map.
Yeah, look, I
all
want
the
to
flowers.
stop. So I'm gonna Shima. Yeah, I'll get some yellow ones. Don't imagine there's too much firewood laying around, and I'm not in my normal mood, so I'm not gonna steal some. But I'll at least get the flowers.
Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. And it's easy enough. There, yeah, like I said, it's a floral place, and making your way towards the bridge that leads across the river to Bianca's home and shop. There's a collection of trees that drape around the bridge. And you can easily enough grab some dead wood on there that would make for good kindling and firewood. Set it in the cart next to Thomas's body. And yeah, have everything, and eventually you do get back to Bianca's shop.
All right, I'll start setting up a pyre then.
Okay. There is a small area in the back there. You could set something up.
Bianca, just so you know, this is gonna be a cleanup.
That's all right.
Okay, I just wanted to let you know.
And Bianca's gonna go to the two bandit kids. Clearly they're not probably doing well, but Ishima's preparing for something, if it's something that you want done, Tommen. Don't know how you guys feel right now. You don't have to choose anything right now, but I figured it's kind of in your hands. However you want to say goodbye, it's up to you.
Do you... Adam pipes up. Do you have any mead or ale or something in your home?
Yeah, I do. So I'm gonna go get it.
Okay.
To him.
If you're gonna... If I ever heard right, you're gonna... do that thing with
Do
the
you want
fire.
us to?
I don't know what I want.
Okay.
But if you are, aside from that that sword he had on him, ale was his second favorite thing. So, guess if
Okay.
if he has that, I'll at least feel better knowing he's got what he wants.
Okay. And feel at home here as much as you can. Relax as much as you can. We'll take care of everything as much as we can.
Do you want us
And then
to
Bianca's
go?
gonna take.
Do you want us to go and turn ourselves in? Because
don't
they know who accepted the
think that's
contract, so
necessary. As far as I knew, we were returning you to your parents, not the authorities.
well, yeah, but we can go back to them now, and you all can get paid, I suppose.
Why don't we deal with this first, and then we'll have a conversation about that after, or a little bit after. This is, I think, two separate heavy issues that should be handled separately.
Okay.
And then Bianca is going to take the ale or the meat or whatever to Kashima.
Go ahead and take that. This is perfect.
They said it was his favorite, or something related to his favorite.
It releases fumes when burned as well. So, as the spirit rises and returns to Illica, he'll have a little drink with him to keep him company.
Let them know that. I think that'll make them feel even better. Well, not better, I guess. Maybe
And
a little bit at peace, yeah.
All right, only thing left to do is it.
Okay. So you
Okay.
set up the pyre in the back, overlooking the sort of range of mountains that extend out westward. Build up the pyre, and setting the removing the body from the cart, placing it on the pyre. You place the ale and the sword, and you lighted a flame.
All right. As his spirit rises with the smoke and falls with the ashes, who among you was friends to the soul of many souls?
And Adam and Christina, they kind of look at each other and kind of both sheepishly raise their hands.
Oh, I forget. How? What did he do in life? What's a good memory you have of him?
And
Not a violent one, but a happy one. One of friendship.
And Christina smiles and she says, there was one time where I was so angry at my parents, and I wanted to run away that night. It was 5-6 years ago. was only 13. And Thomas saw me in the middle of the night because he also wanted to run away. The two of us went to the sanctuary, and we talked and talked and talked. We promised each other one day we'd run away with Adam. We'd be ship captains, treasure hunters. Talked about the great heroes we'd be like. The ones you read about, you know.
May his smoke travel to the sea and see many adventures in his journey and in the next life. Who else among you was friends to him?
Me.
I would do the same.
Oh.
Story about.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh. Okay, I know you said not a violent one, but there was...
I don't make rules.
There was one time where I was maybe 10, and Thomas, when we were both 10, 11 years old, he was so much bigger than everybody. And there were kids who were making fun of me, calling me names, picking on me, and for some reason, Thomas came up. And he said, "You better leave those kids alone. You better leave him alone." In this deep voice for someone who was 10, all those kids, they thought he was an adult, screamed and ran away. I was afraid I was going to get in trouble. I don't know why, but gave me his hand, picked me up, and we just walked around. We talked, and I just felt, I don't know, I felt safe around him. He's so big and strong. No matter who came up to me, I know that they were gonna they would have ended up real bad if they would have decided to mess with either one of us.
And may the spirit of Thomas keep living on and keep protecting us. Now you two come forward, and I'm going to take a little bit of some of the ash that's blown off and get it in my hand. Now, hold out your hands for a moment. I'll just dollop a little bit of ash into each hand. You are carrying the vessel that was once Thomas. But as his smoke rises and his ash falls, his energy and ki return to Illica and return to us. The ash in your hand is now forever marked in you and in you. The smoke you breathe is in your spirit as well. His energy is you, and his energy is Illica. He will be with you always, in this life and the next, and the one after. Now, if you'd return the ash to the ground.
Okay.
And thus ends, Thomas, the vessel, but not the spirit, as he will continue on in the world and in us. May you find harmony. And I should add, the mead that we ablazed with him is rising with that smoke, so I imagine he is having a much more enjoyable time than all of us.
And Adam and Christina, they both laugh. And they they have this energy to them now that you hadn't seen almost at all. And Ashima, you really get the feeling that you really helped them past something here. And at the ashes that are there, Christina, she looks over towards you, Ashima, and says, I don't know if you're allowed to. I don't want to disrespect whatever you just did, but Thomas, he he always wanted to go to the Old Kingdom. He said that there were things there that belonged to his ancestors. That's where they came from before they were in Summer's Rest. I don't know if you're allowed to disturb the ashes afterwards, but maybe if you could...
Bianca, do you have an urn? Or preferably a small container?
Yeah, I don't normally carry urns, but I definitely have tons of jars, so I'm gonna go get my bigger jar.
A jar will work.
All right, so you go inside. You grab a jar,
and I'm gonna scoop up some of the hot embers,
okay,
and put them in there, cap it. Now I know it's far from, well, ideal, but as I said, in Loshar we believe that every bit of energy that was once that person is, well, when you die, imagine a bottle full of fireflies being uncapped. All of his ki, all of his energy has returned. But in this jar is one of those fireflies now. That heat is energy, it's warm, it's power, it's life. Take that with you, and you'll take part of him.
okay. Yeah, I think we can do that.
Good.
And your name was Ashima, right?
Yes.
Thank you, Ashima.
Of course.
During this ceremony, Poe is going to follow the smoke of the pyre to the river, and very depressingly, still very quiet. I'm not exactly sure how to roll for this, but with the metal that he has, he wants to make... I guess I'll post a picture for the idea that he wants, and then you can tell me how close he gets to it.
Okay.
I don't think I can share pictures on there, but I guess I can put it in the Discord.
Yeah.
And then...
Ooh, yeah. I wonder how this will work if I try to display it on the... Where'd you send it in? Oh, you sent it to just me personally? All right, let's see. Okay. Oh, yeah. That kind of pops up. That's a little funny how it pops up. Okay.
So, the only thing Poe knows about this guy is he got hit in the head by a horse. But he wants to take the metal and he wants to make a horse on it. And if he can, engrave it with in memory of Thomas.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. All right. I would like you to make since you're near freshwater stream, considering everything that happens with your hammer, I'd like you to make a Smith Tools check. Actually, how big did you want to make it? Just like a little, like, that big?
It's small. Like, I want it... Yeah, it's pretty small.
Like baseball sized?
Yeah.
Maybe softball
I think that's
sized?
good.
Okay, then considering that you're near freshwater, something that small that isn't... Like, it's not like you're trying to make a key or anything. Easy enough. With the right metal, you just kind of chisel away at it. And using the magics that's in the hammer, the fresh water, channeling Astitia, you carve into the metal, creating that horse shape, and engrave easily enough in memory of Thomas Callum. And it's about that big, and it's pretty fine work.
Yeah, so... in honor of the things that Poe should have said but couldn't, and the things that he could have said that may have brought Thomas's dad some more closure, he's just going to sneak over to the blacksmith and leave it. If Derek's not out there, leave it by the grinder that he was using to sharpen the blade.
Okay, so as you do approach, he's still out there, and he's still just kind of sitting in that seat, and it doesn't look like he's gotten up since.
Well, it's not what Poe was expecting, but he's like Evan would do. He's just going to brave it out because he'll regret not going up. So I'm just going to approach him again.
Okay. So how do you approach Derek?
Derek. I know I'm not a face that. I'm just going to walk up and start talking, by the way.
Okay.
I know I'm probably not one of the voices or one of the faces that you'd like to see, but I'm just going to be honest. I'm young. The past few days has been the first time I've ever left Water's Wake. And the past few days is the first time I've ever even seen a dead body or seen actual combat or anything like that. When we left on this mission, I truly thought that, for once I was going to be some sort of hero that did something good. And when I thought about my own father and thought, if I got into trouble, I'd only hope that some hero would come and save me and bring my father closure, But I have a lot of learning to do before I become a hero. And I know that I failed you. And I thought, knowing my connection with my father and how he might have felt if he heard such news, that being in a Noah, perhaps I could just muster the right words to help you or honor your son better. But I don't have those words. I'm finding out. And I don't think I am ready for this, but that being said, I made this for you, for your son. It may not be perfect or anything. It's not anything that can replace your son, obviously, but perhaps it will at least remind you of him.
All right, I'd like you to make a persuasion check with advantage, because that was one hell of a monologue. Oh, okay. There we go. All right. And he looks down at the small metallic horse and he picks it up and he sets it down on a table near the grinding stone. I just wanted so much more for him. I knew that he could have been so much better than that. But he wouldn't listen. I tried to tell him, Thomas, this path you're going down it, there's no way back. No way. And he just, I loved the boy, but he just was too thick in the skull. I'm sorry I yelled at you earlier. And Poe, I just don't know what to do. Thank you for the horse. It's,
by all means.
there's
nothing to be sorry for.
I'd like to clarify, he was never kicked in the head. He'd like to say that to sound tough, but no. When he was a kid, he ran and smacked his head into the table. And that's how that dent got there. He wasn't paying attention. And he cried like a baby when it happened. But instead he'd like to say it was a horse, because it sounded tough.
Maybe I may be doing a terrible job when I say this, and I really hope that I'm not going to say the wrong thing again. But I think about my friend, Shima, and what he might say to that. And yeah, when we found him, he was with bandits, and it may have looked terrible. Maybe just like him running into the table looked terrible and embarrassing. But, genuinely, when I said the only thing I remember of him is seeing him rush into battle, and later on I learned to find that part of that was for his friends. And he charged in like a horse. And there was much more to him that was truly inspiring. And he sought freedom and adventure and wonderful, amazing things with him and his friends. And it feels weird saying this because I know I'm still figuring things out. And if someone caught me at the wrong moment in these past few days, they would think that I was like a bandit or something too. And long story, but he was just young, but he wanted something great, I think. So I hope that sounded good.
I think it sounded about as good as it could. Kid, it's all right. I appreciate the words and the horse, and I assume it's too late. Probably already threw his body in the river, didn't you?
No. There's no way me or my friends could have done that. Actually, my friend Ashima that I brought up earlier, he's a monk from the east. I'm still learning more about him, but he hosted a wonderful ritual for your son and his friends, and it was beautiful.
Good. Listen, when you see Adam and Christina, tell them to come and talk to me when they get the chance.
I will.
And thank you for coming back, Poe.
I'm glad I did.
Me too. And you see him relax, and he grabs the horse, and he walks inside, shuts the door behind him. All right.
Yeah. I'll walk back.
Okay. So, Poe, by the time that you get back, everybody else, at this point, the ashes you've sort of cleaned and cleared up as to not leave any type of mess, making sure to dispose of them in the proper way as not to disrespect Thomas at all. So yeah, with that, what are you guys doing now?
By the way, I'm gonna let Thomas and the other one know that I went back and that I made Derek feel better. I mean, obviously he's still hurting, but he really wants to talk to the both of you.
Oh. Okay. Yeah.
and I don't think you have anything to be worried about with that.
Okay. Connor, you gotta stop turning your video off.
I'm sorry. I got thirsty.
Oh wait, now you're in a different
get water.
spot.
Oh God.
Okay, never mind. No, you're good. You're good. You're good. Never mind.
You're okay.
Alrighty.
That was the last time. I
So,
promise.
okay. So, they nod and they say, "Well, I suppose that we should. We'll head back to our parents and let them know, and probably sometime tomorrow morning you guys should get your reward. And after we let Derek cool down, we'll go talk to him in the morning."
Good. And I don't know what anyone else is doing, but Poe is going to quietly reside to do his own thing.
Okay. All right. Anybody else?
Maybe if anyone else has a thing to do now, they can. But maybe after some time has passed, I think Cecily actually wants to gather the group and ask them something.
Oh
Well, there's one problem with that.
Oh.
It's no longer a problem.
She's back.
Oh, good.
Z3 young.
I've got half a head right now.
But yeah, I'll let some time pass, and then Cecily's got a question for the group.
Okay.
Yeah, there's Poe's not going to do anything significant. If there's downtime, he's going to read his book or whatever, but noticeably quiet.
You had a big moment there, champ. You need some downtime.
Okay.
Take a nap.
So, this moment, everybody's kind of taking a moment of their own, and then Cecily, you wanted to gather everybody
Just
up.
go ahead. So I'll after a while, I'll kind of just get everyone, and by get everyone, I mean I'll stand in the center of the group and go, hey, until everyone kind of turns around and focuses. But she just kind of, looking at the floor, just a little unsure of herself, and just sort of, should we even get the money for this one? I mean, we kind of, we fucked up, for one. And I just... I don't know. I mean, we already got so much money from Brennan, from just... I mean, I've never even held this much money before. I don't know why I would make these kids go through anything else just so I could get more, you know? I don't even know what I'm going to do with it. I don't think I've ever bought anything with money that was mine. So... I mean, should we still? Or does anyone else feel like it's kind of wrong?
I don't want the money. I don't think we should. And I kind of thought it felt weird from the beginning, this mission, to go collect kids that clearly ran away for a reason. I mean, I'm glad we did. I'm glad we went. Because I don't know where they'd be if we didn't. But I don't want any money for it. and I don't want to turn him in to get the money.
Adam kind of pipes up and he says, I will say that, I mean, even if you all don't collect it, we still have to go back, or else somebody else is going to come after us. And they might not be so kind as to try and return at least, alive.
Yes, it's best that we close this case at the very least.
I mean, we could accept the money and then, I don't know, give it to these two or Derek, or not keep it, I guess.
Well,
Yeah.
what?
Can we at least do that? Because I don't want to touch it, honestly.
Adam and I had an idea, where obviously, probably we won't be able to ever get mercenary contracts, but we'd heard stories before of different cities in Belka and Rivers Pass and Wild's Edge and all these other places, that there were people there who, although they didn't have contracts, they would still just do the work and help people as much as they could. And they kind of subverted the law. And we were thinking we could do that, where we could obviously still, by day, do what we need to do to make it look like we're law-abiding citizens, but then at night we could sneak out and we could do good. And although the law would probably not like us if they never caught us, we still got what we want.
Vigilantes. Nice.
That is a good word, Desmond. I like that word.
Not as dumb as you think I am, Shima.
I never thought that. Well, as I'll say it, said it before, I'll say it again. If you need money, just ask. This time it's rather simple.
I mean, if you could, we could pay Derek to make weapons and that we could use to, if there ever are any troubles. And the guards, honestly, they walk around in that dazzled, enameled plate, but I don't ever think I've seen one draw a sword or try and help somebody being mugged on the street. They like the position and the power. They don't actually care about helping people.
I think Derek would really like to help you guys.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay. And Christina and Adam, they share a smile and they look back to the rest of you excited. So we'll go back and we'll turn ourselves in, let them know that you were the ones who found us. There'll probably be somebody by in the morning to give you your reward, and then we'll meet you back here tomorrow morning.
Sounds like a plan to me.
But please, before you turn yourself in, go talk to Derek.
Okay, we will. We will. You can see the two of them smile at the, oh no! Okay, there we go. Oh no! Cameron, turn your video on. There we go, okay.
I was refreshing. Something was messed up, sorry.
No, you're good, you're good. They smile at the five of you, and Adam looks to you, Ashima, and he says, "Thank you for not being mad this morning."
Well, you didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, I guess not. Okay. And the two of them share a smile. and they walk out the door, headed home. And with that,
And Bianca goes home too.
and Bianca goes home in her own shop. And with that,
She locked us all out.
as all of you are now sort of getting ready to do your, afternoon, evening activities, depending on what that is. I'm not sure. I'll move so I'm in frame there. Ooh, yeah. We're going to go ahead, and what we're going to do is, as they are sort of slowing down right there, we're going to take a break. We're going to be gone for 5 minutes, so we will be back at 27:28, whatever time zone you're in. So we're going to take 5 minutes, and we'll be right back then. Enjoy art that people have drawn or Photoshop that our own players have done. There's one image in here that is really cursed, and I'm so sorry, and you'll know what it is. You'll know what it is when you see it.
It's going on to the stream just to watch it. I love it.
Yep. Alrighty. So we will be right back. Thank you all for hanging around for so long. If you liked it so far, obviously, I'm not sure how Twitch works. This is the first time I really used it. Follow, right? That's what Twitch is. Follow. There's a YouTube channel where these are uploaded the next day. Go to that. That's in the About page. If you like the stream, share it with your friends. We'd love to have more people blowing up the chat because it's honestly so fun to read, and it honestly legitimately makes me want to cry when I hear that people are actually enjoying what we're doing. So please, if you enjoy it, share it with your friends. Let them know. There's stuff on the YouTube channel about it. I'm going to start uploading not weekly summaries, but a summary every 4 sessions. So that way people who haven't been watching it, they can catch up super easily. But yeah, I'll stop rambling. We can take a break. I'm sure that they want to take one, use the restroom, do whatever, and we will see you when we come back. All right.
want to do that.
Hello, and we are back. As you'll notice, my face is still cut in half because one of our players, Bianca, the purple tiefling down there, Felicity, she's having some tech issues, so she's swapping to a different browser so her computer does not explode in her face. But other than that, we're back for now. We're gonna chit-chat a little bit. I don't know.
All right.
Joe, vamp.
First.
So, hey, what I'm saying is... Okay, sorry, Mark, go ahead.
Oh, wait, yeah, Mark's got it.
I will start off this chat by saying
Bless
I
you.
made myself Pop-Tarts.
Yeah.
And the plates that we have in the house are too fancy looking to eat Pop-Tarts on. And I just want to say that this, I don't know if the light's going to be good, but because I have this like glowing white lamp.
Oh, wow.
But like, this is the funniest thing ever. Like, just like, and them just perfectly crisscrossed like a food image.
Yeah.
And just the slight crumb.
You should definitely garnish with some cilantro or something. Like something really unnecessary that wouldn't even go well with it.
Yeah. Just like drizzle it with a homemade aioli. Or something.
We're making a red wine base for our Pop-Tart.
Oh, God.
So, we're actually using demi-glace to glaze the Pop-Tart. And then
Mark, what is your favorite Pop-Tart, and what is
Cecily's?
Cecily's favorite Pop-Tart?
Good question.
I like the AU questions of if Cecily was a 2000s pop-punk
Right.
high schooler. And I feel like this is right in line. So, ooh, my favorite Pop-Tart. Brown sugar cinnamon's a classic, but I don't think it's my favorite. I think the chocolate fudge I really like. And then s'mores I really like.
S'mores is good. I really like wild berry.
Yeah, wild berry's pretty nice. I used to be a fan of cookies and cream, not so much anymore.
I haven't had one in a long time, but I bet I would think they're too sweet.
Yeah,
This feels like a very unconventional episode of Chopped. I agree. Well, because I feel like they should do that, or like a junk food episode. I don't watch cooking shows, so I don't know, but do they do that?
Alright, and what would Cecily's?
Cecily's favorite Pop-Tart? Probably one of the gross ones. You know, like hot fudge
Pickles.
sundae or something.
Ew.
Yeah, I should probably be
Where
into
you
the
stick them in the
hot
freezer?
or like the strawberry milkshake Pop-Tart.
Oh, God.
One of the ones that is just awful, and you know the thing is too, because I always toast my Pop-Tarts, and I've been told by people that like the ice cream flavored ones that you're supposed to chill them, and that might be why I find them so disgusting.
That makes
Because
sense,
eating
yeah.
a warm milkshake flavored Pop-Tart is disgusting.
So
Yes.
I got a question.
Absolutely awful.
I got a question to everybody who's playing, and then also anybody in the chat.
Ooh, yeah.
If you chill your Pop-Tarts, why do you call them Pop-Tarts? You know, because they're supposed to pop out of the toaster oven.
Yeah,
Pop it in your mouth.
No. It's
okay.
whenever you open a freezer, it goes like it pops open, right?
Okay.
Because there's that suction. Yeah, Connor.
I'm a man enough to admit when I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
Every
Okay, I'll say
player
it.
should mention what they have to eat. Who's eating what? I'm eating 3 different drinks. I am eating Monster Energy. This video is sponsored by Monster Energy. I am also drinking wild cherry Pepsi. Oh my gosh! Wait a second. It's keyed. The monster's chroma keyed, where you can see through it. It's so funny. And then also, because water is important, I also have this lovely, very tall glass of water, just like our viewers at home are tall glasses of water.
So,
I almost joked on an ice cube.
This video's canonically in the Death Stranding universe because there's monster.
Yeah.
So.
God, I really did almost die choking on that ice cube though. What? Anybody else eating anything?
I was eating
it's heavy.
pepperoni pizza, but I am now drinking vanilla porter beer.
Those are good.
They're good.
I've not had one.
Also, back on
Oh, well.
the Pop-Tarts thing real quick. Somebody asked if they don't pop, what do you call them? And burglarizing Buckaroo just said sad tarts, and I agree. They are still sad. They're very sad.
Correct. My main thing too is like, I get that a tart is a general word for a filled pastry, but
Yes.
I've never had a Pop-Tart that is tart. If anything, they should be called toaster sweets.
And Mark, that is such a great point, and that is gonna be our segue, because this game is also so sweet. So now we're actually gonna play some D&D. I know, I want to continue to talk about Pop-Tarts too, but we have a game to play, ladies and gentlemen, so that's what we're gonna do. So,
There should be a
I wish I was.
oh my god, stop! Cut it out! We're going! So, last we had left up, picking up from where we had left off, all of you had completed this mercenary contract to the best of your ability, where you were sent in to the Evergreen Expanse to find 3 teenagers that had left their homes to become bandits. Well, you had found them, and if it weren't for one kind of dicky pirate, you would have taken all 3 of them home. But sadly, I guess it just wasn't in the cards. As you find them, Captain Darrow kills one of them, and then the other 2 are still alive. After getting to know them a little more, you feel for them a little bit, and you try and help them see the errors of their ways, aside from just what punishments might await them at home. And eventually they do. They do change, and they decide, after a very moving eulogy from Ashima and conversations between them and Poe, they decide that they will return home, and they're going to try and help people in whatever way they can. There was also the dealings with Thomas, the bandit teenager who was killed, dealings with his father, where at first he was explosive and angry, blaming all of you and blaming the 2 for the death of his son, saying, throw his body in the river, I don't care. But after giving him a moment to breathe, and Poe returning with a sweet gesture, he seems calm, and he seemed thankful that you gave him another chance. So, the 2 teenagers of Adam and Christina, they headed back home, awaiting whatever punishment was there for them, and excited for the next morning to receive the money from the contract so they can start helping people in the best way they can. So I will say, at about this point, after that funeral and after they left, it's probably only 2 or 3 p.m. You guys woke up at 8, traveled to Summer's Rest, and all of that really was only about 5 or 6 hours. So you still have, 5 to 6 hours left in the day if there was anything you wanted to do.
Damn, I thought that was like an end of the day.
I know.
No, yeah.
All right, well,
It's
daylight's
like when
burning,
you,
you know.
It's like when you leave the movie theater and it's still light out, and you're like, oh fuck, what do I do now?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly.
I'm gonna go
That
to
was
bed.
really good.
Yeah. We're like, damn, how do we carry? This is the energy the day has now. What do we do?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you this much. I know we have the other 2 contracts, but Cecily is gonna bring up to the group after it's been a little bit, and some of the all the negative energy had been purged, in the ritual, and she's feeling a little lighter now. She's gonna say, so I just had a thought. Now, I'm not gonna pretend things have always been going good between us, because they never have, but I turned blue and then everything went to shit. So, do we want to get that sorted out, like, today? Because I'm really fucking tired of being blue. Every memory I have of blue skin is bad. Every single one. I don't want to make a good one. I'm done.
Yeah, I was thinking about taking a walk around, and I was going to see if you or Desmond wanted to go with me, but we can go check out and see if there's anyone that can help you.
Yeah, I heard temple people might be a good start. But yeah, other than that, I don't know. Kind of a quest of its own, I guess. I'm just, I really feel like if I could start tomorrow, not blue, things will go a little better. I just get that sense.
I think I might read up on sudden skin color changing, and maybe basically just look in a different direction than you guys, to see if any books or any wise people know any answers as either why or how we can fix it.
Are there any bookstores or libraries in town?
Well, I got a lot of books here, but there's definitely a library.
Okay, so maybe like me and Poe walk around, look for help. Desmond, Bianca, you read together or something, and then Ashima says weird things once in a while, and okay, go team.
Are we splitting up then?
Let's split up, gang.
Let's split up,
I'm
gang.
offended that I don't get to go with anyone.
You can come with us, Ashima.
I have not gone on an adventure with Desmond yet, and I'm looking forward to it.
As you should.
Good.
I would love to go to a library or a bookstore or something. So,
Yeah.
That sounds
alright.
like my adventure.
Oh, definitely something I've needed for a while. I'm excited.
Alright, cool. Yeah. Alright, Poe, let's, I mean, you seem to be okay at talking to strangers, so lead the way.
Do what I can.
before we split up, is there any other supplies or anything we need to grab or head into town and try to get before tomorrow and the arrows and turtles or whatever they are?
There is an animal in trouble.
Well,
But there's also a Cecily Blue, so we should solve that first.
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, if we're going to go to the library, if we have the rest of the day, we might as well stock up on stuff if we need it, if anybody can think of anything they need. Snacks.
oh, fucking snacks. Okay. Alright, that's a side mission now. We're getting snacks. If anyone runs into
Would not-
snacks, snag them.
Better yet,
I know where there's
let's
some
all
good snacks.
spend some time working, and then maybe afterwards, all of us together can go get dinner somewhere.
Oh god, you're making me wait. I want snacks now, Poe. Alright, fine, whatever.
I have a couple things here. To tide us
Oh,
over
that's,
to dinner.
I mean, alright, well, it's, alright, yeah, what you
The
got?
tastiest spice is patience.
So
Ashima,
Bianca's gonna
I
like
swear
open
to
up her.
fucking God.
It's true. You know it.
I don't like
Oh.
patience. So, yeah, okay,
Bianca's gonna
alright,
open up
alright.
her cupboard and probably find saltines. And give saltines to Cecily.
Yep, just dry ass crackers.
Are fantasy saltines also in plastic tubes and packs of four?
Yep.
Yes.
Does Cecily eat them the way that Mark eats them, which is like the premium way to eat them with just like...
No, she doesn't know the proper form. She wasn't educated.
Fair.
What is the proper form?
Oh, this is the whole thing. I don't want to take 10 minutes. But
Yeah, we did promise quality or premium D&D content, but right now.
yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well,
This is premium D&D
So
content.
we'll role play it as a we'll show, not tell. You know, that's
Alright, cool.
that's the beauty of theater.
So, yeah, Cecily doesn't know how to truly appreciate the docking of the crackers, so she'll probably she might even grab 2 or 3 at a time and just kind of like just cram them in there, and then just deal with the dry, barren, arid aftermath that is trying to eat 3 saltines.
Well, Bianca does have access to water, so if she needs it.
Nope. No, she doesn't.
She'll try to tough it out.
Okay.
So
Okay.
whenever she'll take a few too. She won't ask. She'll take too much, and then when Poe and I start walking
I think
around.
we're going shopping.
Well, when Poe and I start walking around, she'll spend half the time going. So look forward to that, Evan.
This is gonna be really good.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to this.
All right, so we're splitting up.
Books.
Books. Alrighty. So we'll go ahead and start with the bookstore, and then we'll jump to Poe and Cecily for the heading to. So real quick, just so I can mentally prepare, you guys were just looking for a solution generally, or were you heading specifically to a place?
So Cecily and I, no, we're generally just gonna take a waltz around, especially on the other side, on the other district, and right, Cecily, isn't that like what we want to do? Is just try and see if there's.
Yeah, I mean, because all she really knows at this point is that there might be somebody associated with the temple that can help. So just in general, looking for caster mage people that have those services available.
Okay, I gotcha. Alrighty, so we'll start with the book club crew. So book club crew. Bianca, you do know of a bookstore in particular, so let me go ahead and move you guys to the map of Summer's Rest, so that way I can point it out on there. So the book club, or the book is located in the bookstore is located in Rester's Roost. It's actually located in the Maplewood trees back here. It's that building right there. Yeah, so it's in a very beautiful area, and you know that the woman who works there, she's a gnomish woman, and I'll go ahead and show you, because you would be very familiar with her. You stop in all the time. Let me make sure that this is going to be... So it's Bella, and you know that Bella has a pet ferret that she likes to keep around the store with her. Show you that. So that is Bella.
She's so cute.
Yep. And Bianca, I'm only telling you this now. Connor, no. Okay.
Listen. My computer has crashed twice now during this session.
We all need to upgrade our rank.
Everyone is brave.
So yeah. What? Let's see. Oh yeah. The only reason that I'm showing you this now, because even though she looks so young, she hates it when people assume that anybody. She hates it when people assume that she's young, because her ears aren't as pointed as most gnomes, and she has very young facial features. So most people just assume that she is the child and her parent is somewhere else in the store. But she is the sole owner of the shop. Her and her ferret Prince.
Prince? That's
Yes.
amazing.
See, I didn't think you were saying the ferret was named Prince. I thought you meant that she had invented a personal monarchy. She was queen, and the ferret was her son Prince, her firstborn.
I mean that too, but she doesn't tell anybody that. That's her own when she's role playing in her own house by herself.
Oh man. All right.
Me too.
I vibe with Bella.
Alrighty.
Yeah, I relate towards I'm not young. Don't. Anyway.
Okay, so the three of you head that way, easy enough, making your way through Rester's Roost, eventually to the Maple Tree District, where the temple for people who live in Summer's Rest permanently, where they tend to go. It's smaller, very humble. There's only a few people who work there. And as you're walking through, Bianca, quite a few people, they say hi to you as you're walking down the street, because you're fairly well known here, being one of two alchemists in this city. People seem to be happy that you are back. and they don't exactly know what happened while you were gone for a day or two, but they're happy you're back now. And you can actually see there's there's one chubby elf man who ends up walking past you, and he goes, wait, Miss Dusong, might I borrow a moment of your time, please? I don't mean to interrupt anything.
We're on our way to Bella's, but otherwise, no, go for it.
Oh, yes. Do you mind if I speak with you alone? Sort of looking at the two next to you.
Sure.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Understood.
Kind of, you two walk away from the other two, and he says, so, you remember that issue that I mentioned to you a couple of months ago?
Oh, yeah. How's it doing?
Well, it got better for a couple of weeks, and then it got worse.
Mm-hmm.
And it got much
Oh, no.
worse. Yes. I thought maybe with time it would go away, but every day or so it starts to get worse.
That's all I need to know. Well, luckily, I'm actually heading to the bookstore, like I said, so I'm going to look up and see if there's something it's reacting to either around here or like something I gave you. I hope it's nothing that I gave you making it worse.
Oh, like an allergy of some sort.
Maybe, yeah. Not sure. So let me read up on a couple things, and then why don't you stop by the shop later, and I can whip up something that will hopefully fix this problem again.
Yes. Well, thank you very much, Miss Dusong. Yes. Sorry, I'll let you return to what you were doing. I will see you later. Gives you a weird bow for some
problem at
reason.
all. Thanks for letting me know.
Yes. And he kind of hobbles off back towards the mayor's estate. Okay.
Is this the guy with the foot problem? I don't remember.
No. This is not the guy with the foot problem. You can do some.
I don't remember.
I don't like that you're not telling us what it is.
Bianca definitely remembers.
Yes, Bianca remembers. Felicity does not.
Okay, so you all head to the bookstore, and there's no other distractions or stops along the way. Sorry, 1 second.
What if he's turning blue?
So you all head throughout the streets and eventually making your way past the large statue of the founder of Summer's Rest, Ivor Rester, which you can see he is a very stout and sturdy dwarf with a beard that practically heads down to the bottom of the statue by his feet, huge pickaxe in hand, and you can see that there is a large gem that seems to have been found in the statue, and they actually carved the statue around this gem that is placed in his hand, and moved it out here. So the entirety of the right hand is completely uncarved gemstone, and it seems to be like a sapphire, where it is this glinting, gleaming blue that you wouldn't be able to just remove it because it's about the size of Desmond. But it is like encased in the stone, and you can just sort of see it crowning out of the top there. So you pass that on your way towards the bookstore, and curving around the road, surrounded by the orange and red leaves of the maple trees. Eventually you get to the bookstore, open up, there's a ring, and you look inside, and you can see tons of books, very well organized, neat, and in stacks. You can see everything coded. There's different sections between magical tomes and fiction, non-fiction, histories, natural sciences, magical sciences, just each area very cleanly and clearly labeled. And before you even see Bella, you can see Bianca. You see Prince sort of running across the top of the bookshelf, and he kind of jumps onto your shoulder, and he just kind of nibbles at your cheek a little bit, nuzzles into your head, and you can hear a voice. Well, Prince, where are you? And as Bella comes around the interior behind her desk, she looks over the desk and she says, "Oh, Bianca, hi, Bianca, and company."
Hi.
Um,
Oh, yep. Some new
Hi.
friends I have. They're tagging along with me. Well, you might
Hello.
remember Ashima. He's been around a bit.
oh,
I'm a bit of a hermit.
yeah, no, you were with what was his name? He was the
Also,
Ashima.
Ashima.
Yeah. Oh, I've read about you from Loshar, right? Loshar?
Yes.
Am I getting the pronunciation right on there?
There's no wrong way to pronounce it.
Okay. Well, yeah, I've read in the reincarnation. What, you're the... Oh, let me see. Don't tell me. You are the 11th reincarnation?
Yes, you're very well read.
Yes. All right. Awesome. Cool. Well, great. That's I'm honored, and you brought a dragonborn too. You and I will need to talk
His
about
name
that
is
later.
Desmond.
Well, Desmond, it's nice to meet you. Welcome. It's not often we get, especially honorable dragonborn servants of Bahamut. It's an honor to have you in the store.
It's an honor to be here, and I'm gonna bow my head if I'm a fancy pants dragonborn.
Do you guys look at him funny? Or do you just kind of go with it?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm holding back
No.
a
I'm
smile.
gonna extend my hand like a king to have it be. See if she'll take it and kiss my my hand.
Now, Cameron, the last time.
Alrighty. So let's see. I'm gonna have her make an insight check real quick. That's cocked. Okay. She looks at you and looks at the way Bianca's looking at you. I'm gonna stay over here if that's alright with you. But it is nonetheless an honor to meet you.
An honor to be met. Better my breath. Whatever.
Okay. So is there anything I can help you with, or were you just coming by to introduce me to the 11th reincarnation of a master of meditation and martial arts and honorable dragonborn? Now I see why we haven't been spending as much time together, because you've made the most ridiculous friends I think you possibly could have.
Yeah, it's
Why, that does
been-
sound about right.
been a weird few days. Actually, I could use some help. There's 3 things that I'm looking for.
Okay?
Number 1, she's gonna
One.
walk up. Do you have anything on warts that won't stop growing?
Oh, you're talking about Florent, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have something, and he came and asked me about it, and I told him that we should probably save it for you, and he just left here maybe 10 minutes ago. Yeah, I have something. I already pulled it from the back for you. And she
Sweet, thank you.
pulls out a book and sets it on the countertop. I read through it a little bit, just kind of skimmed it. There are a couple of alchemical combinations there that hopefully should help him a little bit. I don't know how they keep growing, and frankly, the rumors I've heard, I hope that none of them are true. Yeah.
I hope he doesn't show it to me later.
Oh, I'm sure he will. I am sure he will. Ugh.
Yep, so I'll save you those details.
Yeah, okay, let's
Thank
move
you
on.
so
Let's...
much. Hopefully
Yeah,
this
no...
will solve that.
No problem. So, what else? That's one thing. What's the other 2?
So, next thing, so, you know how I have these 2 interesting friends?
Yes.
I have another interesting friend that turned blue on accident.
Wow.
And I don't think it's like a infection, like a disease.
'Kay.
I think it's like a magical side effect.
Whoa,
Do you have
okay.
anything on that?
Yeah, there's a couple of different things I have. I have an encyclopedia of curses, and then I have an encyclopedia, and I doubt it's this. I mean, I don't know exactly how it happened, and frankly, I don't know if I want to know. but I also have an encyclopedia on magical poisons that will eventually kill over time. Now, it's a short encyclopedia. It's only about, 50, 75 pages. But there might be something in there on it.
I'll take both, just
Okay.
in case, just to look through them.
Yeah, of course. And she pulls, she runs over to one side, picks up a book, and Prince jumps off your shoulder, and you can see him go and grab the smaller book and kind of, like, grab onto it and throw it onto the ground and, like, push it on the ground towards you, and you pick it up. And Prince just kind of, his weird, like, ferret body just kind of sits on his back and kind of rolls over, looks up at you. She says, "Good job, Prince," and picks up the book and hands the two to you. All right. Two things done. What's the third?
So this last one, and Bianca's gonna get like closer and a little quieter. This is more personal curiosity, and I'm
Okay.
not really trying to let people know I'm looking into this stuff. Do you have any history on demons that have affected our world? Demons or devils?
Yeah, are you thinking more mythology, fiction, nonfiction?
All three? I'm trying to find an answer to something.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Let's see. I don't carry much just because,
Right.
sadly, by the Federation, that's considered dangerous information for some reason. So, I only carry a few things around, and they're fairly, they're a little too squeaky clean. They get rid of most of the more gruesome details, which, frankly, are the ones that I like. But
Right, and I'm not looking for gruesome details. I'm just trying to connect puzzle pieces to something. It's literally nothing that deep at all.
yeah, okay. I do have one, and she makes her way around the counter, and she heads over to the far wall on the left side, and has one of those ladders that are attached to the wall, and slides it over and climbs up it and pulls out a book from the nonfiction section. And she says, in here, this is a book about the sort of anatomy of the nine hells. It's very brief, but there are some names and descriptions in there of the different demon princes and rulers and the layers in general, so there might be something in there. You wanted devils specifically, right? Not demons, because I don't have any books on the Abyss. The Abyss is...
I'm just kind of generally looking. I don't know exactly what I'm looking for, but
Okay.
This is perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course.
It's
And
a start.
yeah, don't worry. Any of these are on the house. Just make sure you bring it back sometime as soon as you can, okay?
Of course.
Yeah, all right.
All right, I think that's all for me. Did you guys have anything? And she's going to turn to her friend.
I'm going to motion for Bianca to come closer to me.
Okay, Bianca will come on over.
And then I'm going to whisper. So, I didn't want to say this in front of everybody else, but I don't know how to read, and I was wondering if maybe you could help me find some books on magic and help me try to figure some things out.
Oh. Yeah. Well, do you want to learn how to read?
That sounds like a problem for another day.
Okay. I will. Let me see what I can do. And so she'll go back on over to Bella. Do you have anything on basic, easy, beginner magic?
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, I have some things. Sadly, the issue that I run into is I can keep them here, but I do need a permit to show your proper ability to practice and learn magic in the nation of Bella Clara before I can actually sell or even lend those to anyone.
Right, and I don't want to get you in trouble, so never mind. But what about, she's going to whisper this one so Desmond doesn't hear it. Beginner reading books.
Oh, I have tons of those. Yeah, here, let me go grab one.
Just a few. I don't need a whole ton. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. And she runs over to the opposite end of the store. She grabs a few light books, closer to like pamphlets almost, And Bianca, you can see as you're kind of paying attention, Desmond, you're just kind of looking around, that they're very brightly colored on the front. And they're very big, blocky letters that are very easy to read. And she hands them over to you, and she says, all right, here you go. There are 3 right there for you.
Okay, thanks.
Uh-huh.
I actually think that's it for me. What about you, Ashima?
Oh, no, nothing for me. I've read too much.
Oh, I can't ever read enough.
Yeah, me too.
Well, there comes a time when you grow tired of words on a page and just want to see what they're like. Not that there's never any substitute for reading. It's still an adventure on its own. We're talking about,
Of course.
No, yeah. Mm-hmm.
There's a lot to see, but sometimes there's way more to learn from other people, and those people are gone. So it's easy. That's the best way to learn, in my opinion.
Exactly.
Autobiographies have always been my favorite book anyway. So, to an extent, I get what you're saying. Not everybody can commune with the spirits of yonder year. So, some of us have to settle for books.
Not everyone.
Okay.
Well, if we're all set here, I'm gonna go and crack into these as soon as I can to see if I can help out my friend and other people.
Yeah, yeah, I think the sooner you can help Florent, the sooner he'll leave you alone, probably.
Yeah, and that's best for everybody.
Yeah. All right, well, if there's nothing else, then... Well, it was good seeing you, Bianca, and it was nice meeting you, and it was nice meeting you, Desmond, and Ashima, of course. Feel free to stop by any time.
And we'll
May
be
do
back.
so.
All right. Cool. And you see Prince climb up on top of the counter, and he kind of like stands up just a little bit for a moment, just to kind of like wave his 2 front paws, and then fall back down as you guys are beginning to turn and leave. And she
I want a cat snake.
exactly, and she scratches the back of his head, and he kind of rolls over, and then she goes to rub his belly as the 3 of you leave and head back. And with that, we'll go ahead and cut to Cecily and Poasa. So Cecily
You're breaking my heart.
Cecily and Poe, as you begin your adventure to try and find somebody to help with Cecily's issue, you said you were heading specifically for holy people or somebody who knows magic. I'd like you to make an investigation check for me.
Which one of us?
Either both of you can make it,
I was
or
muted.
one of you can make it with advantage. It's up to you.
Okay. My intelligence is probably not as good as yours. So, I will allow you to roll. Do you have 10? Is it... I'm working with a 10.
I'm working with the 10 as well.
Alright.
The right people for the job.
It's 2 tens.
Yeah, alright. Damn. If only Cecily had an education. She could have been a 14. Alright. I mean, it's up to you. If you want to go ahead and roll. She's digging into these saltines anyway.
Is it with what did you say? Advantage or just regular?
Yeah, if it's one of you making it, it's with advantage. Oh, hey!
Oh!
Okay, alrighty. So, Poe, you are having an especially hard time. Not only are you not commoners, you're not what are considered resters, right? People who live in Summer's Rest and they call this place their home. Not people who are stopping by and who have been stopping by for a year, right? Not people who are temporary and leave and come and go. You're not natives to Summer's Rest. You weren't born and raised here or haven't been here for a long time. So you have a hard time starting out, especially in Rester's Roost, where it is the salt of the earth people, you know, where they work hard, They make their money, and you try and talk to them as, you know, a water genasi from a far-off place. To them, at least, not to you. And you also have a blue person with you, you know? You're also kind of blue. So you make some people a little uncomfortable, especially because of how blue Cecily is. But eventually you make your way across the bridge just looking for somebody to help. And as you're asking around, somebody points you southward toward the garden shrine. Down this way. And, you know, you are, at this point, just kind of frustrated because you don't really know what exactly to do anymore. So you go ahead and you head down there and you start asking around the temple, and you hear a voice call out to all of you, and it says, I'm sorry, are you looking for help?
Yeah, we're, I think, me, I'm blue. I'm not blue, and yes.
You all were walking around, I believe I saw correctly, with Shima, correctly? And as you eventually focus in on this person, you can see a, like, darker-skinned, elven woman, the pointed ears, these, this large, like, mane of hair, wearing these very priestly robes with different tattoos up and down her arms, in this sort of pale, like pale blonde color. And she approaches and says, I am Priestess Shayna. I'll show this to everybody.
Oh, fucking nice. Oh, that is... Oh my god, I love that art. It's so good.
I am a friend of Ashima. Well, generally a friend of Ashima. Him and I have talked to great extents of religion and his beliefs, and I saw you all making your way through the town, and if there's something you need help with, I would love to be of assistance.
Okay, so, I'm blue. Can I not be?
Well, I suppose that would be easy to arrange. Follow me into the shrine. I'll take you to the right altar where we could have something figured out. And she turns and sort of crosses her arms, or folds her hand over her hands in front of her and begins to walk deeper into the shrine. And you can see nature begin to overtake a little bit more, and you see these statues of stone and bronze kind of being wrapped up and overtaken by different vines and flowers growing freely. There's different sort of basins made of stone, some made of metal, once again overgrown with flowers and nature that have pools of water in them that glimmer and glow and sparkle, especially in the daylight. And as the sun is setting, they almost glow this sort of like dull orange as you're making your way through. And you make your way around and you see this altar of a very solid, hard stone, and it's covered in vines and white lilies. And she says, so, what exactly can I help with? And Cecily, she's kind of looking at you with a little bit of a knowing gaze. Just a little bit.
I mean, I honestly don't know if I can give you much more. I am blue. It just kind of happened. I was... Okay, maybe I shouldn't mention what I was doing. Point is...
Maybe you should. Wouldn't that help us?
I don't know. I mean, last time they brought up the whole permit thing. Well, maybe that was a lie. Is there a permit about using magic? Is that bullshit?
Sadly, no, that is not that. It is required to practice magic. Myself, all of the other priests and any practicing mages in the city, they are required under the laws of Bella Clara.
All right. Well, fuck it, sue me. I was using magic. I didn't have a permit, and I shot a spell, and then I turned blue, and it hasn't gone back. And I'm stuck, and everyone's staring at me, which I honestly am used to, but I feel like it's a detriment to the group now that I'm part of a group. So, yeah, if you can just make me not. I was, I'm gonna look around for something that, if there's anything in the room that was my original skin color, I want to point at it.
So
like, this is what you're aiming for.
You kind of start looking around and trying to find something. You're like, well, it looked like this. Well, no, not like that. And she says, stop. You are panicked and you are upset. I can see. But
well, I'm not panicked. I'm fine.
do not worry. Ashima and I talked about many things, but the last time we spoke, he mentioned understanding the path you're meant to take, and when you see it in front of you, that there's no reason to shy away from it. And maybe I'm reading too much into this situation, but you are a young girl who, whether she would like to admit it or not, is, if not afraid, you are at least frustrated. So, no need to say anything else. No need to tell me anything more. I will help you not be blue. And maybe, if you feel as though you could do me one small kindness, at least refrain from using as many curse words as you do, as a small favor to me. You don't have to stop entirely, but just a few.
How long is this going to take again?
The process will take no more than a few seconds.
Oh, okay, alright, cool. I'll hold it. Sweet. Alright, she's gonna eat a couple more saltines, just get crumbs on the floor. And just, alright, cool. Just kind of stuff the plastic sleeve in Poe's face. Alright, cool. Gotta sit somewhere? Do I blink?
Just
do I snap?
Just stand right there. And she smiles at you. Okay. And obviously, especially after Captain Darrow, you feel a little distrusting of anyone, even some of the people in your own group, but with her, you feel a little more calm. You don't like that she's telling you what to do, but
of course not.
She does have a calming presence to her, and you're not sure if it's the area, but definitely something about her does cool your nerves just a little bit. And she says, she closes her eyes, and she begins to trace a circle, or almost like an oval, in the air, and she begins to chant, Ayun, goddess of knowledge, grant me the gift of sight. And as she continues to go on and on and on, you can see that her tattoos begin to glow this very, very dull purple color, and then eventually there is an eye that begins to illuminate in the air, and as soon as she dots the pupil, finishing her phrase, give me the power to free this young girl of what ails her. And the eye kind of floats over, and for a moment you kind of shy away, but as it hits you in the head, you feel not just a calmness, but a health restored to you. There's a small moment where any anxiety or pain or fear you were feeling in the past 2 days washes away. And in a moment they return, but for that moment they were gone, and you felt free. And Poe, as you're looking at Cecily, you can see that from the eye it begins to shift and turn from that bright blue color to that sort of pale milky white color. And it fades from her forehead and down the sides of her face, down her neck, and then down her arms and fingers until she is returned entirely to normal. And Priestess Shayna looks down at you, Cecily, and says, "See, I told you it was not that bad."
I'm gonna check my arms and confirm that I am pale enough to see my veins once again.
Yes, you are. You check the underside, check the overside. You are good to go.
All right, we got them green lines going. So I'm gonna just kind of, all right, cool. Is there a catch? Do I owe you something?
If you had run into one of my other compatriots, they would say that you owe them 150 gold as a donation to the temple. But as a favor to Ishima, you owe me nothing. Like I said, just try and curse a little bit less, and I will consider that payment. There are so many other words in the lexicon that Ayun has gifted us. Why not use them?
Yeah. Blended. That's a new word. That's splendid. Okay. Let's go ahead and get out of here then. Cool. Thanks. That was nice. Glad to be not blue.
And before you go, your names, just so I can, if I see Ishima, I can tell him I ran into you.
My name is Kawasa Inoa.
Enoa. And you, young girl?
She'll consider for a second and think of coming up with a lie name, but just Cecily.
Cecily.
And no important family, just Cecily something.
That is okay. You do not need an important family to be important. Well, you two enjoy the rest of your evening, and if you need anything else, do not hesitate to come and ask, okay?
Thank you so much.
Cool.
Of course. She waves as the two of you turn and begin to walk out of the garden shrine and make your way back towards Bianca's home.
As soon as we get out of the door, Cecily's going to, like, cringe with pain and just be like, fuck, shit, ass, fuck, alright. Okay, cool. Thanks, let's go.
You think you can, do you think that was enough?
Oh, it's never enough. Hey, are there more crackers in the sleeve I handed you? Are there still crackers?
Is there any more?
There's like the crumbs that get to the bottom of the bag.
I'm going to turn it inside out. Doesn't look like there's anything left.
Oh, you just wasted the crumbs!
You eat one?
Asshole.
I'm sorry.
Okay, rich boy. Not eating the crumbs.
Well,
Hey, those save you off for a little bit.
Cecily, now that you're not blue, I wanted to, talk to you about something.
Oh, God, more of this. God, we've done so much of this today. Alright, fine.
Pretty much, we haven't had an opportunity to talk a lot since we left Water's Wake, and, after seeing that group of friends, the three of them, have one of them die and everything, and that was like one of the worst experiences I've ever had. But I just wanted to say that I'm really glad that I have you and Desmond on this trip. And that is it.
Alright. Cool. Yeah. No,
Yep.
I mean, glad that's it, because, wow. I mean, that... Alright.
Yeah. That's it. Okay, so I guess we can go back now. Crackers.
Yep. Yeah, I gotta get more. No, gotta get more.
Okay. So you make your way across the bridge, south towards Bianca's shop, and at about the time you cross the bridge and make your way out of the maple trees, you can see maybe 10, 15 feet in front of you is Desmond, Ashima, and Bianca.
Oh, hey, regroup at the trees. Hey, we're at the trees. Cool. Yeah. Hey, guys.
Hello.
Turn around, you see the two of them walking by. Cecily isn't blue
You're not
anymore.
blue.
Yeah,
Why
found a
aren't
lady
you
that
blue?
I found a lady that touched my head, and then that was it. Oh, she knew you, Ashima.
Ah, Jaina.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was her name.
Well- She's the only person, besides you all, that perhaps in this town tolerates my presence a bit more.
Huh.
It's hard finding folks who really appreciate the philosophical and spiritual side of religion, and not just the here's money, I want to not feel bad part of religion.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
So, yes, you were in very good hands. She's wise beyond her years. And it looks like she did a fair bit of good for you as well. Far more than I could do.
Yep. Back to good old Cecily. Pale, guard. Whatever. Better than blue.
Better than blue.
Well, are we still hungry?
Yes, I am starving.
Do we want to do dinner and then grab a couple snacks? Or do we want to get snacks and then go get dinner?
Well, I deserve another sleeve of crackers. I'm sure
Oh.
of that.
Okay.
Snacks and then dinner.
Deserve is a real strong word.
Dinner. Okay.
Well, we would get the snacks for when we're not eating dinner or later, you know.
I understand.
Like,
Well, I mean, but you want to... And she, you see her kind of like start processing something. She's like, I guess I don't need to eat everything as soon as I can anymore. Huh.
no?
Like there's... Like the crackers are still gonna be there. And the...
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fuck, this is weird. Alright,
Desmond
alright,
loved to eat
cool.
crackers.
Dinner. Sure, yeah, dinner. Let me just... fuck, I need to sit down.
Oh, no.
Okay, well, wherever Bianca loves to eat in this town, she's gonna take everyone there. I have no idea where that is.
Let's look at the map.
Take us to a burger joint.
Well, in
I'll endure it.
Gonna make me.
in Merchant's
Oh,
Corner.
yeah, someplace that doesn't... yeah, sorry.
Sorry, what were you gonna say? Was there a specific one?
I was gonna say someplace that has a salad for Ashima.
Yes, please.
You can just eat a lot of fries at the burger place. Just so much.
Sure. Greasy food.
Just assuming if they're saltines, there better be a burger place. All right, talk, please, Joe. I'm gonna
Yes.
stop.
Yes. So,
Connor, something going to change.
what, I'm just trying to think. So, like, if you... there are a couple places that you would know in Summer's Rest that are particularly good. So, because of the the sort of hoity-toity air that a lot of the people living out in living in the exterior of Summer's Rest have. There's a place called the Sailor and the Roebuck, and that place specializes in seafood, and also freshly hunted game. However, they do also have that they would have an extensive menu of garden fresh vegetables, because the hunter who does the actual hunting for the deer and rabbit that is used there also collects any vegetables they find along the way. So there's always options there, but the seafood is always questionable there because they export it from Water's Wake. So most of the time it's fine, but every once in a while it's not. And
But we can afford it.
oh yeah, you guys could definitely afford it. I mean, like I said, it's that sort of fake hoity-toity where it's not that expensive. It just looks like it. Gilded
Like,
gold.
Olive Garden.
Yeah, it is very Olive Garden. They've got Dean Martin singing in the background.
A drive-through away from being fast food.
Exactly.
Fuck,
Okay,
dude,
let's
are they
go.
gonna have bread? Are they gonna have breadsticks?
Oh, for sure.
Probably.
Cecily,
Oh
what are the
my
odds you
God.
meet 12 of them?
Oh, yeah, one in yes.
One and yes.
One in yes.
You heard it here
Guys,
first,
this
folks.
is even more of like a family. It's like, okay, kids, now let's
Isn't
go
that Olive Garden's thing?
Yeah. When you're
Yep.
here,
Your family, yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Anytime me and my friends go to
Alright.
Olive Garden, I am their father. It just happens.
Ashima, are we there
Okay,
yet?
kids, let's go to Olive Garden.
Literally,
Three kids,
as soon as Bianca said, "Are we still hungry?" I was like, "Oh my god."
Oh, did I say that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, we're really leaning hard into this family dynamic, aren't we? And I'm not opposed.
Okay, so it is currently a Wednesday, so you make your way across the bridge to Merchant's Corner, because that's where the restaurant is at. It is actually right near the bank, because they like to have it right at the river, because, Bianca, you would know they have this wonderful patio seating that's outside. And right now it's leaf fall, which is pretty much our version of September, but it's fairly early in September, so the nights are cool. They're not super hot. It's maybe 60, 65 degrees outside, along with the fresh mist coming off of the river. That's passing down from the waterfalls coming out of the mountain. It's nice, and you make your way up. It's not too busy. As you enter, there is a hostess standing up front, and they say, "Welcome, welcome to the Sailor and the Roebuck. How many are eating with us tonight?"
Is that gonna do that family thing where you count? Even
This is Olive Garden.
Yeah. So,
Do
five.
we take a beeper?
No, there's no wait tonight, sir. We won't give you a sending stone. So it looks like 5 then?
Five.
5? Would you like to seat indoors or outdoors?
Outdoors sounds great.
Can we
Very
have a
good.
booth?
Not outdoors, sorry. We have them indoors, but not outdoors. All right, well, if you'll follow me, please, we'll get you seated, and your waiter should be with you soon. And she leads you, and you can see there's different people having idle conversation in the restaurant. They look up at you as you walk by, the odd collection of individuals you are. You're seated outside in the back. You can see there's a wonderful view of the mountains to the northeast, the river, and the waterfall. I mean, you can practically see it all. Here, I will actually... Whoops, don't want to mute that. I will actually move you guys to a piece of art for what the view generally looks like. I mean, it's definitely worth the expense to go here. You can see the snow-capped mountains, the evergreen trees that are sparse, and the extra clear mountain water. That is right there. And
Good view.
yeah, it is. It's nice. You all are sitting down. Sorry, that's weird. Sorry, I need to reset the Discord icons. They kind of disappeared, and I'm not sure why. So yeah, you are all seated. Waitress hands you some.
Fine with the Discord icons if you need to.
No, it's all good. For some reason, I just had to reset them real quick.
Okay.
Wait, where's Mark?
Ashima's just gonna pull up a bar stool, flop up there.
Okay.
All right. This may seem novel, coming from me, I suppose. But this is strange.
What is?
You know, I was, yeah.
You were
Yeah, this
thinking
is
that
fucking
too.
Weird.
This is a little.
This is really fucking weird.
It's peculiar. I don't mind it at all. I think this is the start to a very wonderful friendship. Not a normal one though, by any means.
Not to dampen the mood, but I can only imagine this is going to be the first of many potential bad scenarios where we take on a mission and we fail, or people die. And it was, I woke up yesterday just like super excited and happy with this. I can't begin to explain it. I still don't know how. But nothing felt better than being with you guys and going out and having gone through all the stuff we went through in just the past few days, and now we get to be together and save people. It's like the first time I didn't really think about my dad or the original reason why I'm out here. Like, it was like I wanted to be out here. I wanted to be able to save people. And, I know that you guys would have my back with that. And I don't know how you guys felt, but when Thomas, I just couldn't, it all just kind of shut down for a second for me. And it shut down even more when we went and saw his father, and it just made me realize how real this is, and that we're going to have a lot of responsibility. And I don't know if I'm ready for that. I want to keep doing this. I'm still really excited about it. Just, I don't know. My expectations have changed and flopped so quickly in the past few days. But that's where I'm at right now.
I agree. I don't think this will be the last time something goes wrong that's, really heavy, like death. But I'm also still excited that I'm with you guys and in this group. I didn't realize that this wasn't normal because I've never really had a group of friends. I've had friends, but not like a group that like did things. I just assumed you just did everything together. And so, I don't know. I know this is like an unconventional way to find friends, a group of friends, but I've always wanted to do something like this. So I'm excited and ready for the challenges that we'll have to face as a consequence of going on missions and adventures.
I've been training all my life, and probably lives before that, for something. And every once in a while, something will come along. But in this life, I think this is what's come along. very happy to be living in this life.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, I'm happy I'm living this life too. I never really thought I'd be in a group that would even be remotely close to doing the stuff that we've done, and it's making me feel like for the first time a real Inoa. So
Now
really
you
happy.
have to share something, Desmond.
Well, the past couple of months before I met you guys, the only people I really talked to were people I'd try to beat up and would try to beat me up for money, mind you. I didn't really know what any of this was like, so didn't really have friends. But now we're here, and I'm glad that I'm not trying to beat you guys up, and I'm very glad you're not trying to beat me up. Now, can we get some food?
And almost as if on cue, at about that moment, you see a man begin to make his way towards the table. He has this darker, almost almond-colored skin with this like sort of thick black hair that's swept back. And as he approaches the table, you can see that he's wearing very light and loose clothes. And he says, "Hello there, welcome to the Sailor and the Hobuk. My name is Gilios, and I will be your server today. Is there anything I can get you started to drink?"
Wait, we get served? I'm getting served right now?
Yes, you are.
What? Oh my god! Bring me bread!
Of course, I would be more than happy to. Anything to drink,
Fucking
though?
yes. All I can think of is water. There's gotta be more things, right?
Can we get a bottle of wine for the table?
Of course, it would be my pleasure to get
And,
you whatever
one-
you'd like.
One chamomile tea.
Ah, yes. You are the one who meditates near the shack with the older man, correct?
Yes.
Well, it is a pleasure to have you here. So that is one tea, a bottle of wine, and a cup of water. Anything else?
Could I also have a water with my wine?
Water.
Very well. I'll bring a water for everyone, a chamomile tea, and a glass and a bottle of wine for the table. I will be right back to collect your orders for food. And he gives you a smile and a nod, and he heads back indoors. And a few minutes later, he returns, passing out the water and drinks, and with some fresh bread. And he says, "Here is a little specialty from Ferrol, my homeland. All of you seem quite nice, so I figured I would splurge a little bit on such esteemed guests." And he sets down on the table what looks to be this very it's butter. It looks like butter.
Okay.
I was gonna try and describe it, but then I was like, nope. It's butter, yeah. There's no point. It's butter. So he says, "Please, I recommend not
Butter,
eating this
please.
whole. Spread it on the bread. It tastes very good, very good. So, do you all know what you'd like to eat, or would you like a little bit more time to think about it?"
To put on the bread. Cecily is too she doesn't. Food later? No, bread now. She's just gonna start eating.
I will make sure to bring more bread out.
Are there like menus?
Yeah, you were handed menus when you got here. There's a collection of seafood and meats and fresh garden salads. Typically, it's more gamey meat, so there's venison, there's rabbit, moose even in that area. And then for fish, there is fish. There's a lot of different types of fish.
Desmond is gonna stare at this menu. Oh, sorry. You can go.
Oh no, you're good.
Okay.
Do your thing.
Desmond is gonna stare at the menu very hard, and then he's just going to point to something random and show it to the waiter and be like, "That one for me."
Ah, yes. Blowfish, of course. Very expensive, but very tasty. Don't worry, our chefs are trained to perfectly remove the poisonous sacs from the blowfish. You will be fine, sir. So, we have one order of the blowfish. Anything else?
I always enjoy your rabbit stew, so I'll have one of those.
Of course. Blowfish, rabbit stew.
I will eat what her dinner eats.
Yes. Fresh garden salad, then. I will make sure to bring that out. And for you other two?
Do you have any deep sea creatures?
Shark.
We do have some pan-seared octopus, if you would like that, but I will warn you, it is a few days old, so I don't know how well it is exactly going to hold up when you get it. In fact, it was...
So when he says that, Bianca's gonna give him a look like maybe up for something else.
Oh, I used to love the octopus back in Water's Wake. I'll have some of that.
Very well, I'm sure the chef will be delighted to hear it's not going to go to waste. So, for the... finally for you, or more bread is what you're feeling?
What do fancy people eat?
Well, one of the most popular meals here in Summer's Rest is the blowfish.
Shake? What is that?
Well, it is a fish that when it gets nervous or anxious, it, like a balloon. And as a natural defense against most things, it has poison inside of it. But the meat inside of the fish is very good, so most trained chefs cut around the poisonous sacs to harvest the delectable meat.
Okay, wait. So it's a thing that when it gets scared, it puffs?
Uh-huh. And it's spiky.
That poor thing. I don't want to eat that. Just give me a deer or something, maybe. I don't know. Whatever. And bread. A lot of bread. And
Very
this spread shit. More of the spread shit. That's what I need.
Yes, of course. I will be back with more of this spread shit and more bread.
And what was your name
We're
again?
the dysfunctional family at Olive Garden. The loud ones that...
Who pronounce the words authentic? I want pasta fagioli.
Can I have this al dente?
Give me the chicken gnocchi.
I want pasta fagioli. That's what I want.
Give me the 5 cheese of ziti.
What's this? Quattro formaggio.
All right. We're stopping there.
Yeah, we're done there.
So, but that bit's running to the ground. So, all of you collect your orders, and he says, "My name was Gilios."
It's for the guy in the chat. All right. Well, thank you, Julius.
Uh-huh. Exactly. All right. And so he leaves, and he's gone for maybe 15, 20 minutes, and eventually he returns with your food. Unless there was anything else the group of you wanted to talk about. You eat your dinner.
Cecily, you needed to share something, or did you? I forgot.
No, it's eating time now, so no.
Okay, that's fair. I have nothing else to say.
Well, then perhaps a toast with your toast, then.
Yeah. Carp. Just like pick up one of the bread baskets. To whatever we are.
The Shima-sized
I don't
mug.
know.
You know, that actually makes me think about something. Most mercenary groups have some names.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the octopus is actually very good.
Well, I think maybe we should sleep on that.
Yeah, maybe we
We
just
should
let it,
definitely sleep on that.
let's just let it come up. You know.
What's in a name?
Unless anybody has something brilliant right now, I think we should sleep on it. And talk about it later.
The bread.
better believe it.
All right, never
We
mind.
can just be
Can't do
called
it.
that Olive Garden family.
That Olive Garden family.
God.
So no one has anything brilliant right now.
Hey, I said bread and
Well,
you ruined
Felicity,
it.
Well,
this isn't Bianca, but I did think about it a little bit while I was at work, and I like the word kindred for our group, but maybe not the whole title. I thought it was neat, but we can sleep on it and talk about it later. Like kindred as like an adjective to something, or like the kindred or something. So.
Get rid
As,
of kids. We don't want them.
A little bit of subtext for people watching. A few of us that have played in one of Joe's games before once spent about 90 minutes trying to come up with a group name.
And we never did.
And
in-game.
we never really did. Eventually, Joe gave us one. we just couldn't think of one that felt right. So now, anytime someone's like, "We should come up with a group name," I'm like,
Yeah.
"Let it come up."
Yep.
Burglarizing Buckaroo said the breadwinners, and he said it before Evan said it. So
He gets the. You win.
I was thinking that too. I
Well-
chose to make a pun instead.
he beat you to it. He's the winner today. They're the winner.
And now Cecily was only interested in being called the bread. that's what she wanted.
The kindred breadwinners.
All right. I'm cutting it off now. I'm stopping it now.
Kill it.
You gotta go home. You can't drink anymore. And if you want to, you can't do it here, all right? So, you finish your dinner, and after joking about this name, you eventually, Gilios returns, and he says, well, I hope that you enjoyed your meal. Was everything to your satisfaction?
I love mine.
Cecily's gonna be like, her plate is clean, but she's like slumped over in pain. I don't think she's ever eaten as much in a single day as she has in this day.
So, and do not feel obligated, but is there any room for dessert?
Can we get dessert? I'm gonna look at Bianca as if she is my mother.
Did you say, can you get
Yeah.
dessert? You cut out.
Yeah, can we get dessert?
That's funny.
Bianca, please.
Well, I thought we were getting snacks.
Yeah, the
We're
snack
getting
number
those
Great,
too.
great.
Wait, hold on,
snacks at
hold
home
on,
are bad.
hold on. Beignets. You have beignets.
What is a beignet?
Ashima, you don't know what a beignet is?
No.
Oh my, all of your Eastern wisdom is useless. You need to eat a beignet. You have beignets.
Okay, can we have an order of beignets to go? Because I think some of us are really, really full and shouldn't eat anymore. But
Yes, of course. I would be more than happy to get you some beignets to go. It will just be 5 more minutes
that
and...
solves our snack problem too.
Meat?
Really just...
Evan, you slaughtered me. Okay, so... he says, just so you know, and there's no rush on the bill, but your total for the 5 meals and the beignets will be about 10 gold and 5 silver. Alright. And no rush on that. Take as much time as you need, and if you'd like anything else, do not hesitate to ask. And he turns and he walks away, and eventually he comes back with the meal. Or with the beignets. Sets them down on the table.
Cecily shall, in her, like... She's like... food drunk. You know, when you eat so much and you're like, like she's gonna just keep reaching for beignets, even though it's very evident that she cannot fit any more food in her body.
This is just
Yeah.
also bread.
No, you gotta bite it. It's different. And I'm gonna try to eat a beignet without exploding. And we'll see if that succeeds.
So you do eat one, and you almost explode. Where you and it wasn't so good. And for those of you that don't know what beignets are, they are pretty much like fried dough that is covered in powdered sugar.
Yeah. They're
So-
Cajun.
Yeah, they're Cajun. They're very good. From New Orleans. They are so good. If you ever have the chance in real life, not just in a fantasy game, please eat some. But you eat one and you swallow it, and you're about 7 pounds heavier. Where you're just kind of like,
This is what we needed. Alright. How does Ashima? Does he like it though? That's kind of important.
It's nice. It's just sweet bread, though. It's just bread that's sweet. I'm not a culinary person.
Well.
I'm glad that you brought them for everyone, though. That makes me very happy.
Okay. Cecily's gonna try to eat another.
all right, this time I need you to make
Okay.
us, unless somebody's gonna stop her.
Bianca's gonna attempt very calmly to suggest and put her hand on Cecily's hand. Maybe you're full, and you can have this in the morning. Again, it'll still be there. You don't have to eat everything.
No,
Kind of like the saltine.
Never full
That
for
revelation
beignets.
you had earlier.
No, I
applies to this.
remember, but it's beignets. You got it. They're
Yeah.
hot. They're ready.
I'm gonna
Well, think
finish
about
my
this.
Maybe we can get it
teacup
together.
and then put it in front of her.
Yeah, what's that?
Continue.
All right. I'm gonna.
Here's what I would say, Cecily. The happiness you feel when you eat a beignet doesn't have to be short and fast and just like hork down. You can have some later. Savor it. You'll have this happiness and the warmth tomorrow with beignet.
Well, to be fair, it
What do
won't
you
be
think?
warm.
I think I'm gonna save some of this octopus.
You know. Desmond, for once you got me, and I'm gonna eat it.
All
I'm gonna
right,
strap one down with her.
all right.
Taking shots with the beignets.
Cecily, I'd like you to make a Constitution saving throw for me.
Saw that coming.
Yep.
Oh no.
You and your face is just covered in powdered sugar, like you look like Al Pacino. You're just covered in it, and you could probably eat another one if you really needed to. Desmond, you're fine because you didn't also eat 7 loaves of bread.
Right.
Yeah. No,
I'm
I
just gonna
feel
whisper
so.
to Cecily, another one.
You're right.
No.
I'm endless. I can
No.
keep going. Oh.
Okay,
All right.
Bianca takes all of the beignets, and they are now put away. He's paying for the bill and leaving.
I will pay for my portion, the wine, and my meal.
Okay, that was the majority of it. The wine and the blowfish was 9 gold.
Okay. I will pay 9 gold.
So everybody else's was 1.5 gold.
Nice. I mean, the money doesn't mean much to Cecily, so she can fork forward. Or we could just. Do we have a group fund? Is that a thing? I forget.
Dude, that's
It has
what I
all
was
of our
gonna
gold.
pay it with. But
Yeah. I don't even know. Does Cecily have her own goal?
Bless you.
She was given 250 by Brennan.
Right. Yeah, she has 50.
there's my eraser.
I mean, if you
All right,
want,
I'll just take it out of the group fund.
I will pay for my 9 because I got 2 expensive things. So
Okay, well then, the group fund barely got touched, but ta-da.
It's like we are a family.
I really felt like a mom there for 2 seconds. So
Alrighty, you pay your bill. Do you leave a tip for Gilios?
yeah, of course. I'll
Alright.
leave
Must.
him. I'll leave him a lot of silver.
Alright,
I don't
cool.
know how much.
Alrighty.
You know, Felicity, I get you feeling like a mom. I feel like a detached Buddhist monk who's a part of the family. but is like in no way related to any of them. He just follows them around.
We just invite you.
Everybody has one in their family.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
I know I do.
I certainly do.
I wish I did.
You're like the half brother that's like significantly older and comes back from a pilgrimage, and he's like,
Wait, I'm a single mom? Dang. No one's gonna help me out.
Alrighty. So with
I would
that,
be dead, but it would be very loveless marriage.
so with that, all of you depart back to Bianca's home, and you settle in for the night, knowing what's coming in the morning. The two will arrive, hopefully along with your payment. And then, tomorrow, you are either searching for an arrow lost on Spook Hill, or trying to find a lost turtle that belongs to the School of the Shallot. And with that, as you head off to sleep for the night, that is where we will end tonight's session.
There's an animal in trouble.
Woo! Look at that.
That was a goodie.
That,
That was fucking ill. That was
Oh.
All right.
sick.
Yes, it is.
Okay, calm down. Calm down.
that was
Chill out!
So, what I'd like to say to everybody watching, thank you so much for tuning in. I greatly, greatly, greatly appreciate it. Honestly, more than you could possibly imagine. It really means so much to me. If you liked it a lot, leave a follow. I will be again here tomorrow with my other group, the Explorers of Afera, where they are delving into a lost tomb to one of the old gods, and they are about to have a confrontation with a really powerful warlock. And it's going to be pretty interesting. Really interesting, even, I'd say. So leave a follow. Go subscribe to the YouTube channel. If you missed part of this video, it'll be uploaded there. I'll be skimming this entire thing for clips to have on this channel. So please, 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 if you liked it, follow. And if you really liked it, share it with your friends. The best way for us to grow this community and to like get more people watching is to share it with people, because I can only do so much. I'm pretty sure the subreddits and the Discord servers and the Facebook groups are getting tired of me posting every time I have a stream. So please, if you liked it, share it. Yeah, there is more tomorrow. Yeah. Burglarizing Buckaroo, you're my favorite. Top of the list. I'm just kidding. You're all great. You're all amazing. Thursdays and Fridays, yes. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and call it here. Thank you so much for watching, and I cannot wait to see you tomorrow, and then again on Thursday. Bye.
Peace out.
Ba-ba-ba.